Hey, everybody. Welcome to We Had Ward, a Doof Media podcast series where we dissected and discussed Ward, Wildbow's return to the world of parahumans. My name was Matt Freeman, and this was my co host, Scott Daly.
Yes, this was the weekly podcast where Matt and I eagerly dove into Wildbow's world of reaching out, pushing forward, and of course, alien-based death powers, as we analyzed and interpreted this concluded web serial. This week, we're discussing Arc 1 Daybreak through Arc 20 Last. Matt, what did you think about this book?
Well, Scott, I'm in denial that this is really the end. And also, it's impossible to talk about an almost 2 million word book in any kind of cogent or comprehensive way. So I'm really looking forward to working through all this with you today in real time.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be doing this episode. We are live right now to a bunch of people in stream on YouTube. So for those of you listening to this episode after the fact, you're going to hear us interact with the stream throughout this episode. Sorry about that. It's the finale. I can't even talk. It's the finale. We wanted to do something cool and different, so we thought we would do this episode live. So we're going to be doing that. And holy crap, we can't possibly say anyone's name because there's too many of them. Hi, everyone.
Yes. There are a lot of people here. Welcome. Great to see everyone. This is going to make it even more emotional than it was already going to be.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's going to be really hard to keep up with the chat, but have fun, and we might we might react to the chat here and there.
Yeah. We're going to be reacting to the chat as much as possible. We're also going to be. I think we have our mailbag questions a little bit later in the episode. We're going to try to take some questions from the audience if we have time, and then we're gonna get right into it. So I think the plan for this episode is to just kind of talk about Ward. Just that book we read. We're going to talk about it for a while. We're going to talk about what we thought of the book overall. We're going to talk about the experience of us following a web serial live, which is something that I had never done. I know you had done before, but this was a new experience for me. We're going to kind of do a post-mortem on We've Got Ward, on what we learned about story, what we learned about ourselves, and do a little bit of a self-review and self-critique. And then we're going to read and answer some questions. So that's our episode. That's our episode. And I think we're going to conclude it with talking about what's next, talking about what's after Ward. Get it? Because
that is on par with the quality of the puns that we are known for here at Doof Media.
Yeah. So I guess let's just get right into it and let's talk about this story overall. Let's talk about this book. Let's talk about this experience. It was 2.5 years of our lives reading the story and analyzing the story and talking about the story. And Matt, what are your feelings here at the end of this marathon? What do you think about this book?
God, I mean, like I said a second ago, like it's difficult to react to something this big, right? And
Sure.
Especially, I mean, that's maybe one thing to talk about right off the bat is like I'm just gonna have to reread it, and I haven't had time to, obviously. It would take literal weeks to reread even on a binge. And what we just did, we're so far away from what happened at the beginning of the book that it's frankly kind of hard to remember. I mean, luckily we spent hours and hours talking about it, which makes it slightly easier to remember. And we spent the whole last 2 years thinking about it pretty hard, which makes it a bit easier to remember. But it's very hard for me to sort of hang, a handle on this story and say, this is what I feel about it. I mean, in short, I loved it. It changed me as a person. I think it made me better as a person. It changed the way I see a lot of situations in real life. It probably changed the way I think about storytelling and the way I think about analyzing stories. And beyond that, I would have to start digging into like individual things about the story, and we could talk about that in detail. I mean, obviously that's what we do here, and I'd love to do that with you. But before we do that, what did you think about this book, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to dive into what you said about how it made you a better person and changed you, because I think that's such an important thing to really explore. But and the reason I'm starting with that is because I agree with you. I think that this story, like this experience and this story, was one of those things that I will treasure for the rest of my life. Like, I agree that it's very difficult to look at this book and just sit down and say, okay, what was Ward to me? What was this story to me? And it's almost by design a sprawling, epic journey that is not easily simplified, right? Like I think like we have a tendency when we're looking back on the story to kind of flatten it down to the main story beats. Like you can go, okay, that was the goddess arc, okay, that was the March arc, like that was the teacher arc, and you just kind of flatten the story down, and like that's not giving it enough credit because within each one of those arcs was 1,000 mini arcs and hundreds of complex things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's so difficult. But I overall love this experience. Like I don't think there was a time in reading this book where I wasn't looking forward to reading the next chapter, where I wasn't looking forward to coming on here and talking about it. I think, to do a project like this on a book you love is a lot of work. If I wasn't loving it, it would be it would be, oh my gosh, like the most exhausting thing ever. And I never felt that. Like there were times when I was tired and when I didn't want to spend 8 hours prepping for the show, but I enjoyed every moment of recording it. I enjoyed every moment of reading it, and I think that the things that the story is doing, the level of difficulty with this story, especially when you compare it to Worm, is like astonishing. I really do think so. I think, I kind of want to talk about the idea of complexity in storytelling in the relation to this book, and specifically the relation between Worm and Ward. And I don't want to do a lot of comparing of these two stories because I think there's been a lot of like, well, which one did you like better? And I don't really want to answer that question because I loved both of them, and that's all I need to know. Like I don't need to rank them. I don't need to sit down and dive through my thoughts of which one is better or worse than another.
I couldn't even say that until I've read both, and even then, I'm the kind of person where my favorite rotates on a daily basis.
Sure,
So.
sure, fair. But I think this is a more complex story than Worm was, and I don't mean that in the way that like I'm denigrating Worm. I think Worm is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful book. I think it's doing very complicated things, and that's why like complexity is a weird word, because if you say Ward's a more complex story than Worm, it sounds like you're saying Worm is simple, and it's not. It's not a simple story. The themes are complicated, the things it's doing are complicated, but the way it's doing them are simpler, if you know what I mean. Like, and I think people joke about my ability to predict things, and I think that's because Worm was a story that was more like, see, I don't want to say more predictable because that's bad. Like it's not that it was more predictable, it was adhering to narrative structure, traditional narrative structure, in a more traditional way.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Ward has this fairly big cast of really well developed characters. We've got basically Breakthrough, right? Ward is about Victoria, but Ward is also about Breakthrough.
Yeah,
and
sure.
all these characters have very different motivations and different needs and different wants, and so the story is pulled in all kinds of interesting directions where you just couldn't predict it because you just can't account for all the different elements and the ways in which things play out and play off of each other.
Sure.
There's just more going on.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of that is because we've got this core cast of Breakthrough characters. And I think, like you said, it's much less of a standard sort of narrative structure. Like I can't hang any sort of convenient label on like what kind of story is this. It's like, okay, well, superhero story, but that doesn't really help at all. That's barely the genre, right? It's sort of a post-apocalyptic story, but also it's got this it's like a different take on the post-apocalypse than I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's sort of a superhero story, but it takes that in a direction that you've never really seen anywhere else, including Worm. So I agree completely with that take.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I really want to kind of talk about here, and we're seeing a lot of people in the chat that are kind of agreeing with us. I think Jess says Worm is straightforward mostly. Yeah, and again, I think the things that it's dealing with are complex, but the way in which it does it, more straightforward, I think is right. Dawn says that the difference between an author's first work and a decade of experience, and that actually, I think that's great because, and I totally agree with that, because that's kind of why I wanted to I wanted to go right into this book. Remember, I mean, we were finished with Worm, and you and I were like, okay, what do we do next? Do we go on to one of the other serials, or do we hop right into Ward? And one of the reasons I wanted to hop right into the story is because I wanted to see. I thought that the difference in the talent of the writing would be much more easily noticeable if you go from first work to latest work. And I think that bore out, in my opinion. I think this is a better written story. Like, I think that's where the complexity, like, Wildbow is making big swings and taking risks here. I mean, I think just framing the theme of your story around the concept of, you know, pushing forward, around recovery, around acceptance, it's difficult because these are themes that are so often not very satisfying. Like, if you want to explore them correctly, like if you want to explore them in a traditional narrative structure, then you have like a light switch moment of acceptance, and then that comes at the climax, and then that's it, and everything's perfect. We did it, and we go home, and we're happy. If you want to capture these things realistically, it's often not very satisfying because it's incremental. It's, you know, the refrain in the story was 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's it's like there's so much going on there, and it's such a challenging thing to do and to get in a satisfying way still. And I have so much respect for just the attempt at making a story like this, let alone the execution.
Yeah, right. Let alone pulling it off, right? Because I
Right.
agree. I've never seen another story. This is weird. This is weird to say, but like it feels like I can no longer take quite as seriously the catharsis offered by other stories after reading this. You could almost say Ward has ruined stories for me.
That's something people say about Worm.
It's true, actually. I was sort of joking, but the point, the point of saying that is that, like, once you realize, like, okay, well, obviously, like, a 2-hour film is never ever really going to be able to bring you the kind of, like, spiritual, soul searching, you know, questioning your own life, and you know, looking at characters like Tristan and Rain, maybe, and asking yourself, like, hey, do I have a little bit of that in me? You know, forcing you to confront all these things, and then bringing you through to the point at the end of the story where you see how different characters have processed these things over the course of 2 million words, especially Victoria, I would say, where her kind of moment of catharsis is the one out of all of literature where I would say, like, yes, that is exactly nailing, like, the feeling of, like, a true actual change in a person, because it just seems like so many stories, they want to convince you their character has changed, but they just have to be like, you know what that's like. Moving on.
Right. I mean, I think this book wants to take that, you know what that's like, and say, no, we're going to talk about that for a million words, and we're going to really dive into that. I think that's kind of where I wanted to talk to you about the concept of serialized storytelling, because that's another reason why I wanted to do this book next with you, was because I had never followed on with a book serially like this. And I do think this is such a unique, interesting kind of way to tell a story. And I don't think I experienced it when I was reading Ward, because I was not reading Worm. I was not reading Worm the way that I read Ward at all. Like, even though I stretched it out a little bit, and we did it over the course of 9 months, I think it was, it still really wasn't the experience of reading 2 chapters a week every week over the course of almost 3 years. It's just not the same. And what I found in this is that a web serial, to me, is less like a book and more like a TV show. And what I mean by that is it's this sprawling thing that exists at multiple times throughout its runtime. Like, it exists constantly, and it like, Wildbow talks a lot about his triangle of the reader, the text, and the writer triangle, and I think that's a triangle that exists in television a lot too. And it's not like, one of the things I think he talked about feedback and listening to his readers a lot in his postmortem thing. And he talked about, like, you know, adjusting things based on listener feedback. And I think the interesting thing about this is I don't take that to be as like someone writes a post about how X should be different and then Wildbow makes X different. I think it's more like the same way TV shows do, where they're gauging audience response, they're seeing who's responding to what. And I think the biggest thing to me is, are my listeners / readers / watchers getting what I was trying to set down, and adjusting based off of whether they were getting that or not? And that's a thing that novels cannot do. That's a thing that movies cannot do. That is a thing that TV shows can do. And that is a thing that that serials like this can do. And I think that's a wholly unique way of absorbing this material. And like, we've talked a lot about the sprawl and how you can really, really spread out in that way. And I find that remarkable, and I think that was one of the most rewarding experiences of me seeing, like, I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I talk about Buffy the Vampire Slayer a lot. I know that Wildbow enjoys that show a lot too, and I love the ways in which I saw the moments of this book in similar ways to which I saw the moments of that television show, where an arc of that show is like a season, and it relates to the overall story in that it's dealing with these characters and the themes and what they're doing, but it also is its own little story. And I think that's what allowed the sprawl to kind of happen in this story in an interesting way. And it's just like, the more I think about it, the more I think television. This is just like television. And I love television.
Yeah, well, I've always, maybe I've never actually said this out loud, interestingly, but I've always thought of writing a web serial as more like a performance than writing a novel. You know, you can make the comparison to comedians. Comedians are always talking about how they absolutely could not like, you can't be a comedian who just like writes your jokes, writes a set of jokes, goes up on the stage and performs those jokes, and then that is how you be a comedian. You have to write the jokes, yes, but then you have to do some ad-libbing on the stage and some improv. You have to tell the jokes in different ways and see how the audience responds to them, to like, you know, your delivery style. No comedian knows actually how a joke is going to be received, which is really amazing. Even the super successful ones, all of your favorite comedians, none of them just like write a set and they're like, oh, this is going to be great, this is going to kill, and then deliver it, right? That doesn't happen. And this is what this is the cool thing about a web serial, is that the web serial author is writing a thing, putting it out into the world, and basically getting a chance to hear the proverbial you know, laughter of the audience, to get the reaction and see, okay, what's landing the way I want it to, what are they picking up on that I'm not even intending, that I might want to play with, what are they picking up on that I didn't intend at all, that I want to try to distance myself from, you know, just that there's a whole a whole spectrum of reactions that you get, and that basically gives the web serial author a kind of feedback loop, a very tight feedback loop, similar to the comedian or really any performer performing in front of a live audience, where they very quickly know what they're getting right and what they're getting wrong, and they can calibrate. And Wildbow's been doing this for, I mean, is it really 10 years? I don't.
It's just about 10 years. Yeah.
Like his OODA loop, if you will, has gotten really well calibrated, I think, and it really shows here because, as you said, he's extremely, you know, aware of kind of the effect of his writing, and it's just gotten like better and better, I think.
Yeah. No, I really like that analogy a lot. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's just, it kind of comes like, it's difficult to understand how feedback works in this regard, right? It's not like it's more an overall feeling. Like, I think everything in this story, I think a simplified way of looking at feedback is people complained about X, so X was changed, or people wanted more Y, so there was more Y. It's more that feedback goes into the already existing plans of the story, and then those plans of the story pivot and move around those things in interesting ways, in a way that makes the story feel alive, in a way in which that normal novel-based storytelling is not. So I find it such a fascinating thing, and that's why, like, I know there's a lot of people out there that's like, hey, don't listen to the feedback. And like that's no, like that's the whole point of doing it this way, right? Like, why would you make a serialized story this way if you didn't want to kind of take people on this roller coaster and see how they're liking each loop of the roller coaster?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I think I get that. I think, it was back at the start of Worm, and even I think when I was reading Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, which was really my first exposure to serialized written fiction, I was like, oh, this is cheat codes. Like these authors, they get feedback in a way where they're just going to get better and better. They're gonna nobody's going to be able to catch up with them. They're going to be the best in the world. And I was like, I was instantly sold on this concept of serials. So yeah, it's been really
Yeah.
fun. It's been really fun being able to do this with you. I mean, this show has been so different from we got Worm, right? It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
very, very different in more ways than I can even really
Yeah.
count off, actually.
Yeah. And let me like, because we're getting some comments in chat, and I want to be clear about feedback. Like, it's not that you should listen to every single bit of feedback you get. It's not that you should ignore every little bit of feedback you get. It's just that it is something that an author has to gauge and has to deal with constantly.
Hmm.
But I do think it's an important part. Like, everyone wants feedback. Like, everyone wants feedback in their stuff. It's just whether that feedback is solicited or not, whether that feedback is helpful or not, and it's a difficult thing to
Hmm.
gauge. So for sure.
Yeah. Well, the way I would see it is, if a comedian tells a joke on the stage and the joke bombs and nobody laughs, that's they need that feedback.
Hmm.
They need that. Like that's not like optional, right? Like that it's pretty easy to see in that particular case, right?
Sure.
Like, look,
Sure.
it's not working. You need to do something, right?
Hmm.
And that's I think in a million small ways that is the function that the feedback should serve.
Sure. 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 Yeah. Yeah. I didn't plan on going down this rabbit hole. I just think this is one of the more fascinating aspects of this kind of storytelling to me.
Yeah. Yeah. This part of the show is not actually planned. We're just kind of talking about the experience and about the story.
Yeah,
And
we got bullet points.
yeah, we had some bullet points. I mean, you know what, one bullet point that I just had here that I kind of wanted to hit on is how um like I just love the way Wildbow writes. and
I'm sorry.
and
I
and
know. I know you're gonna expand upon that, but
period.
your bullet point is, I enjoy the way Wild Bow writes,
Uh-huh.
and
The end.
that's the show. There
Yeah,
we go.
that's the
We did
show.
it.
Yeah. In case you hadn't picked up on that. No, but like specifically here talking about the way that he takes like some ideas, or even just like an idea with a million different facets and ways of turning it and looking at it,
Mm-hmm.
and just lets it play out, and just lets it play out and lets it play out. And it's like, we've talked about recovery, or acceptance, which are sort of intertwined ideas already, where it's like, well, where does one begin and the other
Yeah.
end?
Yeah.
Obviously acceptance is something that some of these characters need to do on their way to recovery, and then there's some characters who their arc is sort of more about the opposite of acceptance, or the opposite of recovery,
Sure.
whatever
Yeah.
those words would be. And you've got characters who did really bad things, and they have a lot of guilt, and they have to accept, and move past the fact that they were the ones who were responsible for something awful. And then you've got characters who are victims, who had terrible things done to them, who need to learn how to deal with that. And maybe that's via a path of forgiveness. Maybe it's not via a path of forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe forgiveness has nothing to do with it, actually. And then you've even got people who bad things just happen to, with nobody responsible. You know, like all of these different things. And I'm just scratching the surface. I'm just sort of like briefly rattling off like top level features of a handful of the most important characters. All of these things then like refract into the further details of the story and the characters in increasingly intricate and complicated ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it inspiring, frankly. It makes me like think like what, like it's one of those things where you see somebody doing something that should be impossible, and they're doing it successfully, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, that
S-
raises my level of like what's possible, actually.
Successfully at a rate heretofore unknown to me. Like the speed at which, like, it should be commended that, like, it's not just the complexity and the talent of the writing, it's the speed at which that happens. I mean, to me, one of the most wonderful tricks a writer can pull, to me, is making something seem like it was set up that way the entire time when it totally wasn't, and it's just
Mhm.
something that occurred to the writer, but they're just able to, like, manipulate the narrative in a way that makes it seem like this is the way it was always going to go. And I think that's one of Wildbow's greatest talents, is his ability to just take, and we talked about this all throughout Worm and throughout Ward, but to just take, like, a dangling thread and just say, oh wait, this ties perfectly here, and then when you finish tying it, you can't even see that it was ever not a solid thread. Like, you can't even see that there was ever a disconnect between those two threads. That's where that was always going to go, even if it wasn't. It wasn't, but it just looks like that on our end, and that's like one of the magic things of writing to me. And I think this story does that so well. Like, over and over again, we have these moments that we're like in retrospect, it just looks like, oh, of course, that's the way it was always going to go. And I don't know, right? Like, I am not Wildbow. I do not know his brain, but I do know enough about writing to know that some of these things just occur to you at the moment, and you connect them in satisfying ways.
I think Webbo has said that, part of the fun of writing serials is that he is sort of finding out these things when we do.
Right.
I believe on the All Packed Up interview, he mentioned something about, oh no, I don't remember where he mentioned this, but he's definitely mentioned some specific thing that happened in Worm where I was like, no way was that. No, like, surely that was planned out, and it was one of these, major plot events, major character choice made by Taylor that was like, no, this is just what she would do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think it was how does she get out of the cafeteria or something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah. Yeah, no, I remember hearing about that. I don't remember where it was, but yeah, that it's great. I mean, that's writing is such, it's like magic. It's like magic, and when the illusion works on you, it's like nothing else in the world to me, and that's why I love it. Do you want to spend some time on Victoria for a bit? Because I think she's our protagonist. She's our way into the story and our key to the story. And why do you think we loved her so much?
She's just so fully realized, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's I think one fun thing for me, this is maybe not exactly talking about Victoria, talking about the show and Victoria, but one fun thing for me was, like, I already knew that Wildbow can write very different characters because I had read more than one Wildbow story.
Yeah.
But I was getting into this, I was, like, excited to see, like, number one, who is this new person going to be? Because I'm sure they're going to be someone who I fall in love with in the same way we all did Taylor. And I was also kind of excited to watch you realize, oh, Wildbow's actually a really fucking good writer. because everybody, I think when you read one story by a person, by an author, you just think that's their voice.
Mm-hmm.
You may not realize, like, no, that's their voice doing that character,
Yeah.
So that was, but yes, Victoria, so well fleshed out, so complex, dealing with things that really everyone deals with, but dealing with them in her own very specific way. I think I love that phrase, about writing, that you need to find the general in the specific. Like, you don't write about trauma, you write about this one character's extremely specific trauma, and in doing so, you create this anchor into the general idea that we all have our traumas, and we can all relate to this person.
Yeah. Well, and I love that Victoria is both a survivor and a person who has done bad things in her past as well. I think that's such an interesting angle to look at it from, because, like, she is at the same time, like, struggling with what Amy did to her, all the horrible things Amy did to her, and also with the person she was before that. And there's a lot of, and those two things are really interconnected, right? Those two things are really just part of each other, because they it's kind of a feedback loop. Like, this terrible thing happened to me, but maybe I deserved it because I was this bad person before. And that just kind of just loops on itself in these terrible ways. And she's such, like, I understand this character I think more than I've ever understood another character in the history of reading, like ever. And that
Yeah.
includes Taylor, who is a character I loved. That I before reading this book, I would have absolutely called Taylor one of my favorite characters in stories ever. And I still think that's true. But Victoria, I just like she's so powerful to me, and like it's just I know it's kind of cliche to say because of course it wouldn't be the same story without Victoria, but I can't imagine these themes without a character like Victoria at the helm of them, you know?
hmm Yeah, I love that, and I agree completely with what you said about not feeling like I've ever known any other character in a story better than this, and
Hmm.
that's one of the things that I mean when I say this story kind of shows you, oh, like it's possible to go a level above what I thought was possible with storytelling, and I think part of that is because Victoria is actually a much more introspective character than
Hmm.
Taylor was. Like Taylor
Sure.
was like by design someone with compartments, someone with blind spots, someone who was not really terribly honest with herself. Whereas Victoria, I wouldn't say she's 100%, 100% honest with herself all the time. I think
Sure.
it's impossible to be, but her blind spots are ones where it's like she's sort of working on them even though they persist. Like she's kind of aware of them even though they continue to exist, which I very much relate to. Like
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
I try to be an introspective person, but like trying to be introspective and being able to monitor and correct all of your own thoughts in real time are two very different things. So that's one way in which I really, really related to her.
No, I totally agree with that because like there were moments in Worm where I was like, if Taylor could just see the thing she was doing, maybe that would change her behavior and her choices. And then with Victoria, you're just like, no, like that's not how it works. Like
Mhm.
sometimes you know exactly the way you're reacting, you know exactly what you're doing, and it doesn't make that feeling go away to be aware of it. It actually, in some ways, makes it worse because you're like, this is what I'm doing. This is how I'm reacting, and I cannot stop it. I can't stop it from happening, and that makes it all the more tragic, and powerful to me.
Mhm. Especially toward the beginning where she would, she'd get stuck, she'd
Hmm.
she'd get she'd
Yeah,
get sucked into her own head in ways where I think at first she didn't even realize it was happening on a conscious level, honestly. And then gradually it became something she became more conscious of and more in control of.
yeah,
And then, by the end, she's not zoning out anymore. It's such a great journey, right? And it's a journey in so many different regards. Like
yeah.
we could probably spend an hour just talking about all of the different ways in which Victoria changed over the course of the story.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, like, it's interesting because like this is again a thing in which I think where Ward is a more complex story than Worm. If you look at Taylor, I think the ways in which Taylor changed are like super readily apparent because I think it's a tragedy in that it's a story of this person kind of succumbing to their worst impulses while doing. I mean, like, I love that the tagline of Worm is doing the wrong thing for the right reasons or something like that. Um, and basically, I love that because it makes it seem like the story is like pro everything she's doing, right? But
Mhm.
actually, what what it's doing is saying, look at what that decision making does to a human being. Look at what
Right.
that does to a person.
Right.
And this story is not like that. Like this is not a story of a character continually making all the wrong choices until it leads them down a path of destruction.
hmm
This is a story about a character finding their way forward despite all this stuff, and
Yeah.
and like while the story never like tells Victoria you're wrong about certain things, right? It's not that kind of thing. It's not like, oh, Victoria made a choice here and that was the wrong choice. And the story's like, oh, Victoria, it's more internalized than that. It's less externalized. It's less the world telling Victoria she's wrong and more Victoria learning to deal with herself.
hmm Yeah, I feel like Ward was sort of hard mode in a number of ways because
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know um, uh, Taylor was almost a character that was engineered to make us like her, right? She fits a lot of the check boxes of the YA protagonist who you're just kind of automatically on her side. She's the young bullied student who a whole new world of adventure opens up to her,
Yeah.
and her dad doesn't understand her, right? Like these are These are the sort of tropes that are aligned to be like, oh yeah, this is this kind of story. This is the good guy, and we're following along with the good guy as the good guy makes your choices. Oh, she's a villain now.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Um, and whereas this story starts out with this character who she's just like you can't summarize her, right? Like there's no sort of like uh box that Victoria Dallin at the beginning of Ward fits into. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, she used to be this, and then this happened to her,
Yeah.
and now
Yeah.
she doesn't really know what she is, and we don't really know what she is. She's a superhero who's not being a superhero. What is that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
and where we go from there is the adventure, and it's great.
Yeah.
I just love it.
Yeah, and like we talked about on our final show, I love the ways in which she comes full circle to like I think I'm going to repeat myself verbatim what I said last week, but I loved it so much. I love this concept so much that Wildbow brings her right back to where she was to make the ways in which she's changed all the more obvious. Like just putting her right back in the patrol group and just slotting her right back in this role like makes every one of those changes so much more evident. And I think it was just such a smart thing to do, like just from a structural standpoint. It's like, let's put her back there, and then suddenly all those various changes just rise to the surface and call out to themselves in a
Mm-hmm.
really interesting way that I can't get enough. I can't get enough of the epilogue. I loved the epilogue so much. Like I enjoyed the epilogue of Worm. I loved this epilogue. I loved it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Right. Yeah. I mean, so satisfying. I think that, I mean, the ending of Worm was something that kind of stayed with me forever in an almost like a haunting way because there was a kind of dot 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 at the end of it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whereas this was satisfying in a way where I just you know didn't have an actual physical book in my hands, but I very much had the feeling of like turning the cover closed with a satisfied smile on my face at the end of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like that's like I am sad that this book is over. I am sad that this podcast is over. But I think you're absolutely right that satisfaction is the prevailing feeling right now.
Hmm.
That this has been a journey, and the journey is complete, and I enjoyed every bit of that journey, and I am just sitting here like, huh, like it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be
Hmm.
fine, and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I just there's something so satisfying in that, and I wanted to circle back around to something before we move on because there's been a lot of people talking in chat about Victoria and about the ways in which Victoria from Worm just comes off as this shitty person and how
Uh-huh.
much that informed people's opinions of Victoria going into this book. I agree with you 100% on that, people in chat. I think it's actually kind of what Wildbow's doing, though. Like, I think
Hmm.
that's like, I think it's so brilliant to take a character like Victoria, who, for the most part in Worm, was seen as this kind of like the anti-Taylor, like the person who, on the surface, had everything given to them. She's part of a superhero family. She gets her powers and gets to be part of that. She gets to roam around the city doing whatever she wants, and she's got a person backing her up to do it, and she gets away with all of it. And yes, a horrible thing happens to her in the story, but we leave the story with her, from our perspective at the time, we're like, oh, she's better now. Sweet. Um, and then we move her into the story, and it's like the book is challenging you. It's challenging your perception of this person and saying, look, there's a shitload more going on here. And we realize how much, like, a lot of the story, I think, is how much we judge people versus how much we see their interiority. Like, I will never forget how bad I felt about Shortcut after just mercilessly mocking him the chapter before he
Sure.
turns into a Titan. I will never forget about that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, my favorite thing that I did that I never talked about or did anything with on the show itself was I like wrote like a joke trigger event for Shortcut
Mm-hmm.
where I like worked in all of like references to all these things that Victoria had done to him offhand, which would then fully explain why Shortcut hated her so much.
Right.
But like the point, like, yes, it was a joke, but it was also not really a joke because it was like this is the sort of thing that Wildbow does to us a lot. Actually, is
Mm-hmm.
he takes characters who like we see them do something terrible, and we're like, that's bad, which is, you know, a normal, correct human reaction.
Yeah.
And then he takes them and he shows like, look, this isn't to excuse them, but this is who they are, and this is what their life has been like, and these are the circumstances that led to them making that choice. And that doesn't mean you have to forgive them.
Yeah.
Um,
No. Yeah.
but what that does do is it forces you to be like, well, I can see how that came about.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see how maybe even if I were put in that sequence of situations, I would be the same person, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And it really, like, that's one of the things that I think we'll have more opportunity to talk about it during the mailbag, but that's one of the things that sort of like while those consistently taking a crowbar to your psyche in sort of the same pattern over and over until you're finally just like, all right, I get it.
Yeah.
People are complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't be that mad about anything anymore after
Yeah.
after Ward has kind of had its way with me, you know.
Well, I mean, I think that's what, at the start of this whole thing, you mentioned that this book has changed you for the better. And I think that's what you were referring to, right? This
Yeah,
this
yeah,
general idea
basically.
that like every interaction I have with a human being in my life now, I am running it through this Ward filter, right?
Yeah.
Where I'm like, okay, but what's going on in this person's life? Like what is it? Because everyone is going through something. That's the, like, I think the reason this book works so well is because it's a superhero story about trauma that is somehow universal. Like that everyone has hurt people and everyone has been hurt by people. Everyone. Now, many of us, fortunately, not nearly as much as some of the characters in the story are hurt. Thank God. Thank God. But a lot of people are, for sure. And I think like that is a thing in which we can all relate to. We none of us have superpowers. Well, I think most of us don't. Some of you out there might have superpowers, but none of us have superpowers. But this is something we relate to, and I think this is something that we can all take away from the story, that everyone's going through their own shit, and it doesn't excuse their actions. It never excuses their actions, but it can help you understand them. And understanding someone's actions changes how you react to them. It just does.
Yeah.
And I think that's it's wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. I think that Worm also did this, but I feel like Ward did it in a more pointed way where,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you're taking, like, there were whole arcs where, you know, every, like, for example, there was an arc where like every interlude character in that arc was like a specific character who we had as a fandom been like, well, they're awful and we hate them. And then Wildbow takes them and he doesn't make us like them,
Mm-hmm.
but he shows like this is what it's like to be them.
Sure.
And that just gives you just the necessary perspective to be like, yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, they're human. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's super effective.
Yeah, I mean, and I do agree that Worm did it too. I think it is something that occurs in Worm. I think it is the point of Ward, or one of the points of Ward. I think it is much more the focus of the themes of the story in Ward. And that's why I think it's so much. That's my reaction to it was so much stronger in this book.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, like what I secretly love about this book is I think it makes Worm even better in my eyes retroactively, because I think one of the things I struggle with at the end of Worm, which is a book that I really really liked, obviously you everyone knows that, was I couldn't quite square in my head the idea of we won, we did it, but also Taylor was destroyed. And what this actually does to me in the end is Taylor was destroyed and we won this day, but we didn't win all the days. We didn't stop the cycle, right? That's basically what this book said, is we didn't stop the cycle. We didn't fix everything. This is not the ending that, yay, we did it, everything, we won, but also Taylor was destroyed. This is, yay, we did it, we won today, but we didn't solve anything. And as we see explicitly, we're repeating all the same mistakes over again. We're doing it all over again. And I think that that being the case, this being the truth of this world, of the setting of this story, makes me able to square the ending of Worm in my head a lot better and makes me like it a lot better.
I like that. Yeah, I never really thought about it that way. I It's interesting. I'd have to reflect a bit to really articulate this, but I think my response to the end of Worm has actually changed over time. It's a lot more complex now than I think it was at first.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying about this ending feeling like it just feels more like adult, if that makes sense. I don't like.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned before, maybe in context of this show, maybe in context of one of our book club episodes, like when I was a kid, I would read. I read a ton. I've always read a huge amount. And I'd read a lot of books, and I'd be like, well, adults are adults, so they know everything. They've got their lives together. Universally, all adults have got their lives together. They've figured it out. And so any book written by an adult is going to basically sort of contain the secrets for how to like conduct yourself as a mature person, and how to grow up, and how to think correctly and soberly. And I mean, everyone should be laughing at this point because none of that is true.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, if you are a kid sort of trying to wayfind how to grow up from fictional characters in 95% of books, you're gonna crash your bike into a telephone pole a whole bunch of times.
Right.
And the thing is, I think Parahumans is actually that, though. Not that the characters are doing like are being good examples all the time, but that like the underlying psychology of the characters and the sorts of reactions Victoria specifically ultimately have, and the types of journeys they ultimately have, these are, I think, in microcosm, the journeys of, maybe for Taylor growing up, maybe for Victoria really becoming a full adult.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot. I really do. That's a great way of putting it. And that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Like, it's 10 years later. Like, the author's older. Like, the author's more of an adult. And so he's going to write a character that kind of ends in this adulthood. Man, I like that. I like that a lot. Wildbow just said Taylor was dead in the chat. That's what's
Yeah.
going on in the chat, Matt.
Yeah, he jokes about that a lot.
No,
Anyway,
it's weird because this time I don't think he was joking. Like, there was no like smiley emoji. I think it was like 100% serious.
yeah, I mean, his trolling is really next level, though. I mean, anyway, let's move on.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about before we move to the mailbag?
I mean, I kind of have to say no because, again, 2 million word story.
Sure, sure.
I I'm not joking that I haven't like acknowledged that this is over. So, yeah, let's move on to the mailbag, and maybe we can work through the rest of our issues there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, I think we're gonna get to talk a lot more about the story through the answers to those questions. So, let's do it. So we're gonna answer our questions that were sent in to us first, and then if we're good on time, we'll start answering some questions from the chat.
Cool.
So you want to start? You want to start us off?
Yeah. All right. So from No Goodbye, the question is: after going through Ward in its entirety, has it in any way changed how you think of Worm, or just specific things in Worm?
Oh, nuts! I just answered that question.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that. I mean, we could talk about very specific things. Like, I feel like Tattletale is much, a much more multidimensional character than she was in my head at the end of Worm. She's reeling from things that happened in that story, and sort of maybe trying to make up for mistakes that she made in that story. And I like her a lot more, and I think she's much more interesting now.
Yeah.
That's just one specific thing to pull out.
Sure. Yeah, and I changed. I actually realized that I was being totally unfair to Taylor like the entire time, and I apologized for everybody, and there we go. That's what I learned. So Ward changed me. I was wrong.
You can't just say that, Scott.
All right, moving on.
Seriously.
All right, we have Bavarian Barbarian next, which is that's a wonderful name. It's wonderful. They ask, who is your favorite non-breakthrough character, and why? Is it Ratcatcher? Is it Ratcatcher, Matt?
Non-breakthrough character, definitely Cradle. No, just kidding. You know, that's the crazy thing is there's so many great characters in this story that I'm just like flipping through them in my head
Sure.
and completely failing to come up with like a favorite. I mean, I think if we have to say non-breakthrough, I would probably say like, okay, well, what was my favorite interlude? And or so I would probably either say Tattletale just because she's so prominent, or if we're going for like a more minor character, I'd say Dauntless.
Okay. Dauntless is, man, I went back and read that interlude after the question we got, the answer to our question last week of what was your favorite part in Ward, and someone said the Dauntless interlude, and I went
Mhm.
back and read it, and man, that's some good shit, man.
Yeah,
Holy crap, that's good.
yeah.
My answer is going to be Love Lost. We did not see any what was happening with her, but I kind of like that because I like that I can just kind of in my head build out what Love Lost is going to look like um, at the end of the story, like narrative, and yet it was so satisfying even in the background.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. No, I like that. I mean, I think it's interesting. You picked kind of one of the like villainous but redeemed characters. I picked a guy who's just sort of straightforwardly great, but I could have very well picked. I could have very well picked. I mean, I love the the dark tinged characters.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
Um,
there was a moment in this book where I really thought Love Lost has gone too far. Like when she
mhm,
allied herself with the Cradle stuff, and I love that. Like it turns out that she was being manipulated by Cradle into becoming more heartless, and like we've said in these books, like constantly today. Just because there's an excuse for why you're behaving that way doesn't excuse the behavior.
mhm,
And I think that's very clear with Love Lost. And I don't know. I think I like cops too. Like I like cop characters, Sumi.
mhm,
And so I'm really into noir stuff, and she was like pushing up against that line a few times.
mhm.
And I don't know. She's great. She's great.
Yeah, yeah, sure. No, I agree. She's great. I don't think you and I are ever going to be like, no, I hated that character that you like.
Hmm.
But
Sure.
okay, next question. Son of Stannis asks, who do you think is a better parent, Carol or Danny?
Oh gosh.
Would Taylor and Victoria have done better or worse if raised by one another's parent?
Oh gosh. This is an impossible question.
Um,
Um,
I mean, like Danny's only like mistake was not handling his wife's tragic death very well,
mm,
and like and then he proceeded to sort of not really know how to react to Taylor's um, behavior. But it's like even sitting here with years of distance at a great remove, I'm like I don't know what he would have done that would have actually kept her from running away, for example.
sure. Sure.
And like I know he probably should have tried something different than what he tried, which was basically nothing.
Hmm.
But like I feel like Taylor is Taylor. Like we know her.
Hmm.
We know how she's gonna react
Yeah.
to an authority figure telling her that you come right here, young lady. You know that's not gonna fly.
Yeah.
So like Carol, on the other hand, is just a whole rat's nest of stuff going on there. Just a disaster. Like I actually find this fairly easy. I think Carol, like Danny made some mistakes and probably could use some parenting advice, but Carol needs like a tremendous amount of therapy on top of like a whole like overhaul of her parenting approach before she could be a functional parent.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I think uh, Carol is not a parent. She's a team leader, and
Hmm.
she excelled in raising Victoria in the ways in which she made her a better functional member of the team, but not. She's a dance mom, right? Like she's a dance mom, and she's gonna make her really good at dancing, and
Hmm.
and nothing else.
Yeah.
Um, Danny made, and I don't want to let Danny off the hook because I do agree he made mistakes, but he's a guy suffering with something and not dealing with it. And he's just like I feel bad. I feel bad for both of them. I feel more bad for Danny because I think you're right that Taylor's just as a person, like he was just not equipped to handle her at all,
Hmm.
at all.
It's
Um,
it's more like it's more like the point at which she was like talking about running away or like on the verge of running away, the time to have done something was like a year ago, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
like if your kid is talking about running away, your reaction in that moment is not the problem. Your reaction in all of the moments leading up to that were the problem.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. Um, I think the second half of this question is really interesting. Would Taylor or Victoria have done better or worse if raised by the other's parent? Um, would Taylor have been better raised by Carol? Matt.
Taylor, no. No.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And would Victoria have been better raised by Danny?
I don't know.
I mean, she wouldn't have had the specific Carol caused issues. By the way, I think that was one of my favorite things about this story was how um, Victoria was very much aware of all of her Wretch associated issues for the first part of the book, and was very blind to her Carol associated issues.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very fun to watch her realize or uncover and grapple with those more and more as the story
Sure,
went
sure,
on.
sure. Yeah, the ways in which the Carol parts of her make her so effective at certain things, but yeah, are compounding issues and other things. Yeah, it's great.
Hmm. Yep.
Oh man. Yeah, I think both bad. Like I I don't know. I don't know if Victoria with Danny. I don't know. I think probably better a little bit.
I mean, like it's hard to be worse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elliot and Chad is saying swapping parents would result in such a fundamentally different people that they wouldn't be the same character. So it's hard to say. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so much of Victoria is because of Carol. So,
Yeah.
and we're talking outside of Powers, like independent of Powers. Like,
Yeah. And David in chat asked if there's anything that I'd like try to avoid doing because of the things in this book, and like that's such a good question that I had to repeat it. But parenting wise specifically, like
mm-hmm.
any changing in my parenting that this book has caused. And I want to say like yes, but it's hard for me to nail down exactly what it is. I think it's more like an appreciation for the significance of little moments,
Mm-hmm.
which really it's the book makes the point of like yeah like one really bad moment can derail your life, right? And the thing is when you remember your own childhood, you remember very small things that your like one parent may have said that still echo in your mind 30 years later. And it's like yeah I try, I'm not saying I'm successful at it, but I try to be more careful, I think,
Yeah.
about like um how I express myself, and I actually try to like go out of my way to help them express themselves, because I think it's actually pretty destructive for a kid to bottle something up that they should just say to you,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot. I mean, I don't have kids, so I can't relate to this at all. But I feel like one of the things that I'm going to be very conscious of if the day comes that I do have kids is the way in which my personal issues are passed on and
Hmm.
they bud into my kid, and the ways in which I'm going to try not to let that happen.
Yeah, and I mean honestly you're going to slip up,
Sure, sure.
but I think it's your attitude that matters, your approach, your well obviously your actions matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
but your heart, I think if your heart's in the right place, that'll help.
Mm-hmm. All
Cool.
right. Sarah Penguin asks, what was the most unexpected thing in both Ward and in the podcast? What was the most unexpected thing in Ward, Matt?
Um, I just think the whole direction of the story was just not something that I saw coming. Like I was very much expecting Worm 2 in the sense of like, all right, um we're gonna have a sort of traditionally set up narrative where we've got an underdog protagonist fighting against some kind of new evil. Like maybe it's gonna be warlords,
Mm-hmm.
maybe it's gonna be obviously we're going to probably involve like the big setting threats like the shards in some way, but like I did not anticipate kind of the thematic richness driving the complexity of the plot in the directions that it did, where a lot of the antagonists in Ward are trying to help, right? Teachers trying to help, March is trying to help, you know, in his own way, right?
Sure.
I mean, he thinks he is the
Yes.
point.
Yes.
They're not just like I'm bad guy, right? I mean, it's frankly I should have known better because Cauldron was also trying to help.
Uh-huh.
Um, but yeah, I think just kind of the whole direction of what the story was. It was just not at all what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. I agree with that. I'm trying to think of like a specific instance where the book just, I mean, I guess yours would be that Byron was not a bad guy because you were all chocolate all over him.
I'm still
Um,
not totally convinced.
I think there's a question coming up that um I'm gonna probably have to give the same answer again. But I think one of the things that like hurt my read of this book as much as it did was my inability to see the wretch as a positive and not a thing I should be creeped out about.
Hmm.
Because I was like even there near the end, even post Cradle of Love moment or whatever whatever the
The
love
Crater of Love,
the
I believe.
crater
Yeah.
of love, yeah. I even after that moment, I was still kind of like, I'm a little worried about what this means, and I think I was kind of getting in my own way, in that regard about like, oh, this is gonna be like something's gonna happen where this is gonna take control, and I'm not saying that Fragile One is not creepy as people are saying. Yeah, I mean like the moment when she holds up the bloodied piece of cloth to like go shh, that's creepy as fuck, and it's supposed to be for sure. But I do think like I couldn't get out of my own way sometimes in like just letting myself experience the joys of Victoria bonding with this thing, because I was always in the back of my mind go, uh-oh, what does that mean? Does that mean that like we talked for long about how she's bonding with her wretch and separating herself from the rest of the humans, and how that might be a bad thing. And I kind of think the book wants you to do that a little bit. Like I think it's playing with you in that regard, but I feel like I just couldn't get out of my own way at times.
Hmm. Well, I wouldn't feel too bad. I think part of that is a artifact of the way you and I specifically went through this, where
Sure.
like when like I read Twig in a very much like I was reading it week to week, and I would read the chapter and then I would like maybe go check the thread and chat about it a little bit, but I wouldn't talk about it for 2 hours, and
Hmm.
I wouldn't have to write it. I wouldn't have to write down my thoughts about it in detail,
Sure.
and nobody would make fun of me if I was wrong about something.
Hmm.
So I think you and I are very much incentivized to sort of like go 12-dimensional chess on everything, even
Sure.
if it was just supposed to be taken in a straightforward way.
Sure. Sure. That's fair. That's fair.
So I'm just making excuses,
Yeah.
basically, is what I'm doing right now.
So, what was the most unexpected thing about the podcast, Matt? Can you think of anything? I'm having trouble
Um,
with this one.
Unexpected. Um, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't. That's a weird thing to process because I don't remember exactly what things were like toward the end of We've Got Worm. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Sorry,
mean,
that
not
was
not
that was
to
great audio.
not to dig up past like controversial things, but I think I was most unexpected by the visceral reaction to our discussion of the Tristan and Byron chapters.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that to say like I was right and you were wrong. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is I tried to do a very specific thing in the lens in which I analyze those chapters, and I was proud of looking at it from what I thought was a different angle than what most people would, and I was just not expecting to upset as many people as I did, and I've already apologized for that. Like it certainly taught me a lot about the way your words can affect people. But I remember like I was on vacation, like when that episode came out, I was up in Colorado with you,
Uh-huh.
and I just remember like comments pouring in. I mean, you're like, oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. What did I do? um, so that was surprising to me. I did not exit that episode going, oh, this is going to be a controversial one. I went, oh, this is fine. And obviously, so learned something about myself
Uh-huh.
for sure.
Yeah, it's also funny because sometimes you and I will be like, yeah, I don't know what the response is going to be to this particular thing, and then
Hmm.
just it's nothing. So,
Sure, sure.
um, yeah. All right. X Navo asks, if Ruben and Elliot take on Pale, are there any chances that you will deep dive into Twig?
We're gonna answer that question at the end of the show. Can we say short answer? No,
Yeah,
but
I think that's fair.
maybe.
But no, but like if ever, not soon, I think is
Yes.
probably the like totally honest way of answering it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, just to be totally transparent, like we've been running Kingslingers, our Stephen King The Dark Tower podcast, concurrently with We've Got Ward, and it has been too much.
Mm-hmm.
That was too much to take on.
It was definitely too much.
It is too much to do two of this type of show at the same time, in addition to the Doof cast, in addition to the book club. Too much. And so, no, we're not going to be doing Twig as long as we're doing some other big project. So, yeah, that's the answer to that.
However, we do have stuff to talk about at the end of the show.
We do.
So stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. All right. Let's go next to Rid Tom, who says, if you could pick 3 moments from the story that encapsulates Victoria's journey, what would they be and why?
Oh my God, that's a hard question. I mean, like the first and most obvious would be at the community center, where she's pushed out of the stasis that she's been in, and basically the plot starts.
Mm-hmm. That's the inciting incident for sure. Yeah,
it's the inciting incident, and I would call the last moment that encapsulates her journey, the moment where she really kind of finds peace and catharsis with the wretch, with her force field, with her shard.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, though, all of these moments are like tied to other things, right? Like that moment in the Crater of Love only landed because of 15 other things that had been set up such that you were ready for it. It, not anticipating it, but prepared for it in a sense. So I got the 2 end members, and now I just have to think about, like, I think my third pick would be fuck that. That felt like a big deal, and that's very close to the start of the story also. So I might even say, like, maybe that would be my inciting incident, because for her, she kind of got pulled into the community center deal, whereas that was her self-motivating herself to jump on something.
Yeah, and I wonder where I feel like Victoria's choice to ignore to ignore Defiant and go into the Shard world seems like it belongs on this list somewhere. I just don't like, I don't know where, like, obviously I agree with you that the last beat of this 3 beat that Rid Tom is asking us to set up here is in the Crater of Love. That seems like the most obvious one. There's a bunch of other moments out there that I could think of, though. Like, I agree with you that the first fuck that moment is this watershed moment. I think I'm trying I'm trying to think of moments in which not just stuff happens to Victoria, but in which Victoria makes choices based off stuff happening to her. I feel like her choice to help Sveta get a body feels like a watershed moment. Like, it feels like an important moment in her journey, where she's just exhausted by no long-term solutions.
Yeah, I mean, so sorry, my eyes just skipped off of the name of the person suggesting it, and so I'm going to have to say it without attribution, which is bad.
Okay. That's okay.
Somebody suggested the moment with Amy in the prison. It was Dan. Dan suggested the moment with Amy in the prison, and I'm like, sure. I mean, you could probably make a really good case for that. I think, I mean, that was a big setback for her, right? Or that was something that caused a big setback for her, in terms of her sort of progress in, like, getting past these things. But you could also argue maybe that it catalyzed certain things. I mean, it was a horrible thing. It's interesting to consider in terms of, like, the impact that moment had on the plot. But I mean, that was something where when they said that, I had to consider it seriously and be like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to think about that, but it's certainly important to her character's story.
Sure. I thought about that. I agree. She seems like she's less active in those moments, but I know what you mean.
It's more how she reacts to it, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. They have a bonus question. Thematically, what was, in your opinion, the turning point in her journey that prevented her from going down the path Taylor took? That's tough because I don't know if I would ever, like, I don't know if that's just not who Victoria is. I don't, in retrospect, I don't think that was a path that Victoria would ever take. I don't think she had it in her to do that kind of thing.
Maybe, yeah. I'm finding myself disagreeing with you more than usual.
Okay.
Just because there were so many points during the book where we were like, Titan Victoria on the horizon,
Sure.
which would have been very much the same thing. And I'm like, what did hold her back from that? What was the thing that kept her from falling through the cracks? Because there were so many times when we were like, she's not being honest. She's not being honest about how raw she is. She's totally gonna crack, and I can't even put my finger on exactly what it was. I'm forced to sort of fumble for something and say that it's her connections to her team, her connections to the people who are kind of supporting her, the people who she knows that she needs to be there to support.
Yeah.
I feel like those are the things that kept her from falling through the cracks, even though she was definitely having a rough time.
I do think it's interesting that, like, explicitly at the end of Worm, it's Taylor's connections to people that keep her going. But, like, I feel like they're just, the connections Victoria has versus the connections Taylor has are treated differently,
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you that, like, the moments where Victoria says fuck that are moments where she's explicitly saying, no, I don't accept this. I don't accept that this is the solution. I don't accept that this is the world we have to live in. I don't accept that these are the choices I have to make. I do not accept those. And I think fuck that is just, like, I think Taylor would say fuck that too, but mean it in a different kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Vicky fuck that's are specifically saying no to that kind of path.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Cool.
All right. Snape12345 says, if you two were thrown into the city at the start of Ward as you are now, what would you do?
Die.
Would you try and help? Would you try to stay out of the way and survive? Would you try to start a fan club cult for Victoria?
I mean, obviously that last one is yes. Yeah.
I would panic. I would freak out. I would try to probably leave Gimel, and then after I was safely somewhere else, I would contact them and be like, look, I may probably have some kind of thinker power or something, because I know the plot of the next 20 arcs.
Oh, so wait. So in your scenario answer to this question, it's you're thrown into the city at the start of the book after having read the book,
as you are now. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's different. Yeah, I mean, I think the smart thing to do would be to, like, actually, I think attaching yourself as close to the protagonist as possible is actually probably the best thing you can do, which is ironic.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, cool.
Next up, we have LR Raider, who says, any chances of March Madness Season 3 covering Worm and Ward characters in March 2021? 8 rounds, 256 characters, and Scott has to come up with 250 match titles. Dear Lord, no. That actually does sound pretty fun. Actually.
You're totally gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Fuck.
You can see it in his eyes. All right. That's great. That made my night. All right. The Cool Noob says, what is one thing aspiring writers can learn from Ward to do, and one thing to not do?
Ooh, that's tough. That's a hard question.
I mean, I guess just to pick one thing. I mean, I think at the risk of repeating myself, like, pay attention to the way in which the idea, the theme that the writer wants to be talking about and thinking about and showing you is reflected through, like, every single choice about character, about setting, about plot, about conflict, and how much better that actually makes it.
Sure.
that would be the thing to learn, because that's not something I ever learned in school. Like that's something I had to learn by like reading books about writing, and then doing a lot of reading and noticing like, hey, that is what good books tend to do actually.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one thing not to do. I mean, I I I don't have anything off the top of my head,
I
honestly.
would actually feel terrified to tell someone like what not to do. Like my thing, like I study writing as like a craft and not as like a thing that I could ever actually do. Like I could never. I love exploring writing as a concept, as a thing that people do. I can't do it. I can't. Um, so it makes me uncomfortable to like see like here's one thing you could learn not to do based on Ward. Or to do like it makes me incredibly nervous to even thinking about answering that. So I think read a bunch. That's like a cop out answer, but like I think the best writers read a bunch.
Yeah.
And don't use adverbs. Now I'm just quoting Stephen King.
Yeah.
What was the biggest thing you learn about following along with a web serial as it's written? That's from Elliot. Hi Elliot. I think we talked about that a little bit already, Matt.
Yeah. I think Elliot may have meant this like
T-
particularly in contrast to doing what we did for We've Got
sure,
Worm, where
sure.
we were doing it all in one series of giant chunks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
And I think
yeah,
he's probably looking maybe looking to sneak some advice in because he's doing this whole exact same thing.
yeah. I mean, definitely, it was very different not having the person who has read it, person who has not read it kind of relationship,
Right,
because
right.
you're just you both have the same role basically.
Hmm.
And that took some readjustment. Um,
Yeah,
just it was interesting because you have to talk about things in a different way. Sometimes we talk about a whole arc of Worm in 2 hours. Sometimes we talk about just half of an arc of Worm in 2 hours.
hmm,
Whereas here you're talking about two chapters. And the thing that I learned that was maybe surprising was like you can go infinitely deep.
right. Yeah,
And you have to, like, a lot of the prep and planning is thinking in advance about like, all right, look, there's still 10 or 20,000 words that we have to talk about here. You can say, oh, it's only two chapters. It's still 10 or 20,000 words of tight, the way Wildbow writes very tight, intricate storytelling. You have to pick the things you want to talk about, and you're going to leave a lot out. Actually, I think that's
sure.
what surprised me. Yeah, yeah, no, that's what surprised me. Actually, that's what I learned, was how much we still had to leave out, even though we talked about these for 2 hours a week.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw comments on just about every episode that was like, "I'm surprised you guys didn't talk about this."
Hmm.
And yeah, it's like, me
The
too,
episode was
me
two and a
too.
half hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too. And yet, look at how much we talked about. So yeah, I
yeah,
mean, I agree with that. I think we kind of skipped our self critique section because we got excited about discussion questions and just jumped into them. Um, I think it's a different show, right? It's a totally different show, and I think doing chapter by chapter in this method, you kind of lose the forest a little bit, just a little bit. I love the work we did with We've Got Worm. I love the work we did here, but I do feel at times we lost the forest a little bit. Um,
oh yeah, that's for sure. And I don't even know like what I could have done differently, but I
right.
agree. I think that, especially when you kind of get into the groove, and you start forgetting that this is a story.
Right.
You're almost just talking about that week's chapters.
Right.
Um, yeah, I think that's definitely something that we did.
Yeah, and like I think like at the beginning of the show we had this idea that we would do a like we would finish an arc and do like a retrospective of the arc as part of the final episode of the arc. And we just kind of stopped doing that eventually, or we did it in like 30 seconds or 2 minutes instead of like a long time. And that was just like just a practical solution in that like we just didn't have time. Like it would be like basically on your normal week where we're basically running up against the gun every second the whole time, and then we have to also do like reread the entire arc and do like a whole arc examination. We just didn't have time. It just didn't become practical. Like it just wasn't a thing we could do. Um, and I missed like Seething's talking about the way a whole arc in one episode you could look at the first chapter and see the thematic setup. Totally. We tried to point those out when we saw them in Ward, but it was mostly a guess. Like, I think this is what the theme of the arc is going to be based on this first chapter, but I don't know. And that is something that like I do think that there were times when with Worm that I wish I could go way deeper. And I think we're running a podcast called Kingslingers right now. We're doing Dark Tower, and I do think we've got the sweet spot between the two. And on that, we also take a week off after we finish every book to talk about the entire book. So like, I think we've hit the sweet spot with that. It's just like following along with a story live like this. If you do that, you're behind. And those episodes where we had to do like 4 chapters in one episode were really tough. Really tough.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the fact that like there are probably thousands and thousands of pages written about like Shakespeare or Proust or, you know, any number of these like great literary authors. And it's like, there is actually an infinite amount that you can say about a given text if that text is like above a certain complexity threshold. In fact, there's probably an infinite amount you could say even if it's not that complex, because we're all reacting to things, right? So all you can really do is talk about what you have to say about that thing, and sometimes that thing is going to take you a certain amount of time.
Sure.
And you're going to miss things too.
Sure.
And that's just kind of how it has to be. Like, it can't be anything different than that, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Cool.
We got to go a little faster with these questions.
We do have to go a little faster, and I think we're going to take a little pause after the next one. So let's see where Kitten Sharktopus says, what was the time when you realized that Ward had changed the way you think? This is a good one.
Yeah, I think we've kind of touched on that already, but I think you can rehash your wonderful answer if you want to, Matt.
Yeah, I can try to. There were like particular people in my life and things in my past where I just had a lot of anger and blame toward that person. And I don't really want to get like particular about it, but just like things that were causing like an ongoing amount of pain in my mind and suffering for me and unpleasantness in my day-to-day existence, because I was so wronged, and it hurt me so much. And pretty soon after the Tristan Byron interludes, like really quite like within a week or two of us, reading those and talking about them and processing them, I was just like, I'm just going to decide that I forgive this person. And I just made that decision. And like the moment that it happened, the moment that I made the decision, it wasn't magic. I didn't magically instantly feel better, because of course not. But over the subsequent, relatively short period of time, every time an issue would come up or I would find myself making myself miserable with a certain pattern of thoughts, I would just be like, no, we decided to forgive them. We decided to forgive them. We're not doing that anymore. And within a pretty short time frame, I was just done with it, and I'm done with it now. And I actually have a great relationship with this person now on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. No.
So a huge positive impact in my life. I can't even characterize what a big difference this has made for me. I will always remember that as like the most impactful thing from this book, and like maybe from any book. I don't know. That's hard to prove.
Yeah.
But yeah, a huge life changer for me.
Yeah. No, I absolutely adore that answer, and I'm gonna say some stuff, and there's no way it can be as beautiful or impactful as that ever. But that's wonderful, and that makes me really happy. Like I'm so absolutely happy for you, because that's such a big deal. And I love that it was fiction, it was narrative, it was stories that got you there, because I think we talk so much about the power of storytelling, and what a good book can do. And I think this is proof positive right here.
Yeah.
and I agree with you. I think like my take on this kind of similar concept is like I am a person who needs people to like me. Like I really want people to like me a lot. Which hey, doing stuff on the internet maybe not like the best choice if you have that particular thing. And I think a lot of the story, you know, like there were a lot of moments throughout this podcast where there's some people out there that don't like me very much, and that's fine. Like I would say I don't care. Obviously I do. My whole point right now is that I care. But I think like one of the things that the themes of the story helped me do was get to a point where like, okay, this person that is upset with me, this person that doesn't like me, this person that has something out for me, they got some stuff going on. And I mean in relation to this podcast, but I also mean in my life, people I deal with at my day job, people I deal with my family, with friends, with people from my past, all that stuff. And I would really get upset if a person was mad at me, if a person didn't like me, or all these things. And I've learned to just be like, to be able to reframe that as not a reflection on me, but a reflection on them. And I find that wonderful. And like that's been really powerful for me because I still need people to like me. And thank you everyone in chat who's saying you. I swear to God, that was not me fishing for compliments. I still have that problem and I'm still working through that problem, but I think I let it affect me less when they don't, or when people are mad at me, or like sometimes in my personal life, like I acquiesce to things because I need someone to like me so much. And I think the book has let me be okay with people's reactions to things in ways, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do, absolutely. I think that is one of the things that the book, like we were talking about this idea that it kind of allows you to see, to see other people's lived experience from the inside, and it sort of allows you to use that tool in this particular kind of scenario that you're describing. Mm-hmm. I think it also helps you see yourself from the outside, interestingly.
Yeah.
Which helps with that exact same thing, because you're like, I can see how that could have come off that way, you know. Okay, we need to take a short break from the questions. If you'll give me a moment.
Yeah, we're having a couple special guests come on to talk about something, and then we'll go back to the questions.
Scott, please fill time.
Hey everybody, let's see what people are saying in chat. They're saying nice things to me. This is all very nice. I love this. Thank you so much. Just scrolling up in chat. Are people still there?
Or is who still what?
Things went silent and I thought I lost you.
I'm good.
Give Scott one additional star for each anime series reviewed.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello, guests.
Hello.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
Oh dear. I apologize.
That's all right. So to explain what's going on here, folks, we have Matthias and Clarence here. We've kind of temporarily moved on to the what comes next section of our show. We're going to move back to the discussion question, but we didn't want these folks hanging out here waiting for us because we're taking far too long.
You surprised us. I told Elliot to give me a heads up, and then you surprised him.
Well, we gotta keep it.
We gotta schedule, Matthias.
Yeah. So Matthias, Clarence, could you introduce yourself to our people watching at home, and then we'll kind of talk about what you're going to be doing soon.
Yeah. So I'm Matthias. I'm a host on Do the Right Thing. And I've read Worm at least 4-ish times. And my co-host is Clarence. He is a literary expert. He's probably the best poet I know. And in an English major, I know a lot of poets. So
what is this?
He's really good at this stuff.
Someone actually trained in this stuff. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're here for. We're announcing we are it's not an official reboot, but like you could call it a reboot. We're rebooting We've Got Worm. So
No,
we'll
you're
be
not. No, you're
we're not
not.
rebooting. Well, we're doing a new take on the We've Got Worm formula. We'll be going through Wildbow's first Parahuman classic, and this time doing it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be called Decomposing Worm.
Yeah, so I think we made several hints throughout the course of the last few shows that while Matt and I are done in the Wildbow universe for a little while, that does not mean that Doof Media is, and I think one of those is the way you come in here, the way that you both of you come in, and so you've kind of called it similar, but different. So how is it going to be a little bit different than the We've Got Worm formula?
You want to field that one, Clarence?
Yeah. Okay. So we're kind of doing it in like these two different parts, where we're giving a lot of like kind of experimental, literary perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
kind of analyzing different themes throughout, in just a lot of different like ways, I guess, and kind of considering different concepts.
Yeah. So basically, we split the book into 6-ish really huge chunks, and we'll be doing 2 episodes on each chunk. The first one is arcs 1 through 8, a pretty classic cutoff point. The first part is the overview, so we'll be going through it in a pretty normal We've Got Ward sense, where we'll go through the most important beats arc by arc, not chapter by chapter this time. And ending with, of course, Clarence's first-time reader speculations and theories and things like that. But the second part is where we'll be doing a lot of different things. We have planned character studies in the first part, and then as well as basically whatever random essay we decide to write on that particular book. So those are going to be pretty free-ranging. And then, of course, we want to hear from you guys on your favorite like themes and theories, and just kind of the non-obvious textual thesis that you could take from it. Like get weird with your analysis of Worm, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really cool because I think Matt and I generally are like functionalists when it comes to criticism. Like that's the lens in which we look at stories from, and I'm very excited with the idea that the both of you are going to go into this thing and try to look at it from some different lenses and see what else there is to be mined there, because I think it's one thing that this network and these shows have shown us, that there's always more to find there. There's always more stuff you can look at. There's always a different angle, a different lens you can take on something and find something about writing, about storytelling, about the world. And I'm really excited to revisit the story with y'all. I have not read it at all since we finished ours, and I don't remember anything that happens in Worm. I've totally forgotten. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I look forward to just like learning stuff about these different critical lenses that
Yeah.
you're planning to apply, and learning more about Worm too, because I'm sure there's stuff in there that I don't notice because I'm me and I don't have the tools,
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
But yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. So when is this happening?
So as soon as this ends, I'll finish typing up the Reddit post where you guys can put your questions for Clarence and your themes and theories, because I was halfway through that when you guys called me. But it's okay. And basically the announcement episode, so when you can start subscribing to the feed, will be out in like 3-ish days as soon as iTunes approves it. The first real episode will come out next Friday. So basically immediately we'll be recording, I think, next Monday. So that's when we need all the questions and things by. And after that, we'll be releasing weekly, going alternatively the overview episode and then the perspectives episode, which is with the fun essays and other things, and then going to the next book with the next overview.
All right. Well, that's very exciting. I am so excited for you, Clarence. I'm so excited for you to get to experience this story because
I'm
it's
very
wonderful.
excited about it.
It's been so exciting. I mean, everyone who's successfully wormed someone else knows the joy of
The
just
joy, yeah.
What a
yeah,
voice that
of
is.
hearing anyone's perspective on the story, and it's been fantastic to hear Clarence's takes.
It can't be. That can't be the phrase, right? We can't be going.
Yeah,
with-
no, that's the canonical phrase. I'm
Okay.
establishing it.
Yeah.
Do you have
well,
a better one?
No, I mean, no, but
We'll take it.
cordycepted, you know?
that's too
Mm.
complicated.
Oh wait, that's a fungus. No,
Yeah.
that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Never mind. Cancel. Belay that. No, this is great. So excited. And I don't have to do anything. I just get to listen to somebody else
Yeah.
talk about Worm,
That's
which
right.
is
Freaking great.
super great. But yes, we like Worm, and we're sure you will too, Clarence.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
already
I mean,
does.
I love
think.
what I've read so far.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm very already taken with all the characters.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Great. Well, I can't wait to listen to that. Thank you guys for hopping on real quick. I really appreciate that. We're going to get
course.
back to answering some questions, but I can see by the chat right here that everyone is very excited. So
Okay,
that's
well,
perfect.
go to Reddit in like 10 minutes, and it'll be there.
Great.
All right.
All right.
10
Well-
minutes. Have you met us, Matthias? It'll be an hour.
No. He's going to be working while we're talking, Matt.
Yeah,
honestly.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All
All
right.
right. You guys have a good rest of your cast.
Thanks.
for having
Thanks
us
for
on.
joining us. Bye.
Thank you for that.
You too is what I just said. That was a good one. All right.
All right. Hey, let's get back to some questions, huh?
Yeah.
Let me mark a time down. Sorry, folks, we're
Yeah.
recording this too, so I'm gonna mark a time down because I'm probably just gonna cut that out and put it at the end. Or I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. We'll see.
It'd be fine if this was just like a little break, but
Mhm.
but whatever.
Sure.
Okay, next question.
Is it my turn? I don't even remember
think it
anymore.
is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Manuos says, you have hinted in the previous mailbag and in one more episode since about reservations about film, movie / anime wink wink adaptations of parahumans. Why is that? It's because I just don't think that it would be good.
Yeah, I think I don't think this is even my original thought to just say like so much of what makes these stories what they are is the internality of the characters. Like they're like you just cannot like if you just show what Taylor is doing, she looks totally insane, right? Like that like they even make a point of this in the book where it's like she finally gets a glimpse of what she looks like and she's like, oh my god.
Mhm.
So like and really Victoria, similar but different, where so much of her story is these intricate, complex psychological shifts that are being portrayed through her thoughts and feelings over time. Like you can't I don't know if you can convey that visually. You can convey certain things visually. You can certainly convey a lot of emotionality visually and through dialogue, but I just don't think it would connect.
Yeah, I mean, here's my... I certainly think... I really don't... I think there's very few things in the world that are unadaptable, that are truly unadaptable. This might be one of them, but I don't know if I'm that comfortable with it. I think it's possible to adapt this well. I do. I don't think it would ever happen that way. Like, I just don't think so. And like my only desire for there to be an adaptation is that it would bring new people to the story. And that would be like, if that's what's necessary to get more people to the story, 100% I'm behind an adaptation. And I will be there opening day or sitting on my couch opening day, depending on where it is. But I just don't think anyone could do it. Like, I just think it's really hard. And like it's like the edge, you're on the edge of a knife in doing it. And I don't know. I just don't have a lot of faith in, like, people are flawed and people make mistakes. And when you have a complex budget and so much money and the amount of money that's going to need to be involved and the amount of people that are going to be involved because that much money is involved, I just don't have a lot of faith in it being executed in a way that works.
Yeah, I would be like way more into like a mini series. Maybe that's even the wrong word. Forget that. Just like an adaptation of the Slaughterhouse-9 arc. You know, an adaptation of that's unfortunately the best example I could think of, just because one, it kind of has its own whole thing going on,
Right.
and like and even then you would still have to be like, we're not going to focus too much on the travelers because this isn't we're not doing parahumans.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't need to weave in all of these details about the travelers. You actually want to pare things away, right? So the only way to do a successful adaptation is to pare things away, and hopefully you pared away the right things, right? So any adaptation is going to involve simplification, and that's like one of the things we love about this story is its complexity and its richness. So
Sure.
so that's the, oh my God, I can't believe they left out Sundancer. Well, of course they're going to leave out Sundancer. They don't have time for that,
Right.
in any kind of visual medium. So
yeah, chat is
Yeah.
talking about, we have Ed in chat talking about, what about visual medium set in Parahuman's universe but not these stories? Yeah, I think to me that's the way forward, right? Like, take the concepts of this world and tell stories in it. I think is what we can do here, and I think that would work because I think the world is rich and interesting. There is a lot of interesting dynamics that can be mined that would be cool in a TV show or a movie or something like that. I do think that's the way forward. But these stories, Worm as a story, Ward as a story, no, I don't think so.
Yep. Cool. Zoltron123 says, apologies, this isn't a Ward question, but are you guys planning to do another Weaver Dice session? And then they say, what plans do you have for future podcasts?
Do you want to short answer that? I mean, we have a whole section coming up about what's next.
Yeah,
but...
short answer. I mean, do we want to save it? Or...
Yeah, let's just save it. Let's just save it.
Yeah, we're going to save it. Thank you for your questions, Ultron. We will get back to this. Yeah.
Yes, we will absolutely get back to this. Yeah. Next, we have Ibara Watt that asks, do you read Parahumans fan fiction? What kind of concepts would you want to explore with it? No, I don't.
Nope,
I don't think
really.
either of us have read any fan fiction, right?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I've really read that would qualify as fan fiction would be the Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. I just honestly, like in the last 2 to 3 to 4-ish years, I am so reliant on audiobooks to consume the things that I want to read that I just don't read that much text, like other than literally Ward, because this is like our job. I don't read that much text, which, I mean, maybe my brain is starting to atrophy, but that's just the truth. So no, that's that's one reason. And another reason is that I feel like there's so much out there already that fan fiction usually ends up lower on the list than all the other stuff that I end up wanting to read.
I mean, between reading this book, reading the Stephen King book we're reading the book club book, and reading my 1 or 2 books I get to read just on my personal to be read list, I just don't have time for a lot else, and it ends up being lower priority. I think what we were just talking about, visual medium of making a TV show or a movie set in this universe, that would basically be the fan fiction that I would love to consume. But I've never been a big fan fiction reader. I don't want to. I have nothing against it as a medium. I love that people use fan fiction as a way to explore worlds and to hone their skill as a writer. Utmost respect for those people. I think a lot of very, very talented authors have come out of doing fan fiction, but it's just not something that I've ever really spent a lot of time doing. And that's so it's not something I think about when I have time to read. I pick up a book that's on my big stack over there.
Of course, Weaver Dice Vegas is a fanfic, so I guess
it is. Yeah. We haven't read it. You made it. I guess I'm reading it.
We made it. Yeah. Cool. Thanks for the question.
Yeah.
What is from Lost Man 138? What was the hardest thing to read in Ward? See, that's the thing is there's so many options here, right? I'm thinking about the hospital scene with Amy, where I think I had like literal like nausea.
Yeah, yeah.
um, I'm thinking about like the Tristan interlude when he's got Byron trapped, and you're just like feeling his torment and knowing what's going on with Byron at the same time, and just how
God,
horrible that is.
what a
I'm thinking about
masterclass in writing. Holy shit.
yep. I'm thinking about everything in Eclipse having to do with basically every time Ashley kind of falls in a direction where you're just like, no, please don't do that, and then she does, and you're just like, oh, this sucks, you know. These are all moments that just really like stab me in the heart. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Amy stuff made me, physically sick at sometimes. The Amy flashback I think was tops for me. But I agree with you. The Tristan stuff was really hard. The Kenzie dinner scene, while I loved it, was brutal. He was just brutal. So I mean, there were a lot of hard stuff to read. I think the difference is like, I actually, when something is hard for me to read, I like it because that means it's working on me. Like that. Like,
oh yes.
Like this is why I like horror movies. Like this is why I like genre fiction, because it tends to affect me in a wide range of emotions, and so like it didn't it was hard to read in that, like, oh god, this is making me ill, this is making me angry, this is making me disgusted, but then at the same time I'm like, this is working. This is working.
Yeah, I think that there were times in this book, there were definitely times in Twig where I actually had to stop and like go get a drink of water. I had to stop, and that to me is, I wouldn't have it any other way. That's perfect, right? Like you're like thank the universe that this exists, that art this powerful exists, and that I'm fortunate enough to read it. That's kind of my feeling about it.
I agree, totally agree. Some people in chat are saying trigger event roulette, when we saw when everyone went into the dream. Oh, what a chapter! That's so good.
Absolutely.
All right. BWU256 says, what prediction did you make in Ward that was the most wrong? Matt, you want to take this one? No, I'm just kidding.
I think everyone already knows my answer. Well, I mean, yeah. So I think it's fun. This is something we haven't talked about in forever, but this idea that the story sets us up to be like, someone on this team is dangerous and we should be worried about them.
Yeah.
And then some of us fixate on entirely the wrong person. Yeah, every single person in the chat is taking this opportunity to just say chocolate at me. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like I'm in middle school.
But it's so wonderful, Matt. Look, you made a whole term that we use forever.
I love it. It's fun.
Yeah. If I had to nitpick something about this book, and I don't really want to do that, but I do think that I love that the setup was one of these people can't be trusted. I feel like the payoff didn't leave me super satisfying on that, like where it's Chris, and maybe it's not supposed to be satisfying. You're just supposed to be like, oh, it was Chris. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just remembering it improperly.
Well, it could be the case that what we were supposed to take away from it was like Jessica Yamada's whole approach to being like, hey Victoria, you know how this is your therapy group where you're supposed to be developing trust and deep relationships? One of them is a killer. Like that was probably a bad approach, because all it did was make her super paranoid.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anything good came of Jessica warning her, right? Because they didn't figure out it was Chris in a way that helped, right?
Yeah. True.
Anyway.
True. Okay, we're getting someone in chat asking to explain the chocolate. So let's do this, Matt. So
Good.
So one time, I think this was like, it was when Byron was driving Rain and Aaron back to the Fallen camp, right?
To the train. I think,
to the train to
right?
get back to the Fallen camp. So early Ward, he was like eating a bar of chocolate, and he gave Rain and Aaron a bar of chocolate or something.
Yes, he bought some chocolate from the vending machine and then gave the chocolate to rain. Like that was it.
Yeah.
And I decided that this was like super ominous. And I even read the scene. I read the scene where it happened, but I read it in this voice that was like meant to show how suspicious this was. No, it was just Byron buying some chocolate and giving it to his friend because he's super nice.
Yeah. And then he handed him the chocolate.
Yeah, but like it's a super good example. It's like my favorite example of me just latching on to something and just being like, I think this means something,
Mhm.
you know. So yes,
Yeah.
the chocolate is now our reference for any time that we have a ridiculous theory that is even by our own admission not based in much, but would be fun if it was true. That's chocolate.
Rob has pulled the quote for us, and I want you to read this now, Matt. You need to read this out loud.
He crossed paths with Erin, who was returning, accepted a chocolate bar from her, and disappeared around the corner.
Never to be seen again.
See?
I love it.
All right. Scott, did you have any terrible predictions? I don't remember.
I'm sure
I think you thought Tristan was going to live.
I did like defiantly say Tristan's not going to die. So that was pretty rough.
Yeah. He only died for a little while though.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I tinker, therefore I am said, Matt said in a recent podcast that he likes to listen to the same 4 albums over and over. What are those albums? I guess they'd just be like Anima, Lateralis, Anima, and Lateralis. Yeah. There you go.
Great, Matt. Great.
That's it.
Yeah. Tweedle Stupido says, what character in Parahumans do you want to see again in a future Wild Bow work? Word has it he plans to write some short stories that may be set in the Wormverse, and I'm interested to know who you guys want to see again. Honestly, Tweedle, none of them. I feel like if we see another character from this story, this story that we know in another work, it means that they're going to go through some rough times, and I don't want them to go through that. Like I would love and read any story that comes out of this universe in the future, but I would prefer it to be some new people. I feel like we leave all our people in a place where I'm happy with where they are, and I don't want to muck that up with more pesky conflict.
I mean, Webbo's so good at creating new characters that I'm like, my answer like always has to be like, I would like to see whatever the new character is, because that's another awesome character that I get to know, right? I don't want to give the same exact pseudo cop out answer that you did.
Hey.
I mean, like there are certain characters that I just adore, but I actually agree with you that I don't need to see more of them. Like this was their time, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like I wish I could, like, my answer to what is my favorite character is different from what character would I want to see again. Because
Sure.
I agree. I would be totally satisfied if the next story had none of these characters at all. 0. So, all right, cool. Next question from Watson. Which character on Breakthrough, or outside if you want, do you connect to the most? Whose journey did you understand at the most personal level?
Oof.
Yeah. It's like I saw this question, I thought about it for a while, and I just like have still not been able to come up with an answer where I'm just like, oh yeah, definitely blank.
Yeah.
You know, like I felt like I liked a lot of stuff in Rain's, and I liked a lot of stuff in Tristan/Byron's. And it's interesting because like I don't think of myself as like, oh yes, I'm a person who's done terrible things and is struggling with guilt. Like I don't connect to them on that level, but I for some reason I empathize with them a lot.
Yeah.
Does that make sense at all?
No, it does. It does. And that's kind of where I'm at too. Like I'm very like it actually to go through my thought process here. It makes me very uncomfortable to answer this question, because I feel like by saying I understand or relate to one of these characters, I'm like saying that I've gone through something similar to them, and I 100% haven't. So like I want to make that absolutely clear. But I think Tristan, there are parts of Tristan I very much relate to, and there are parts of Byron I very much relate to, and I think those are the reasons why I think I explored their chapters in the way I did, because I saw a lot of myself. I saw a lot of myself in Tristan, but I also saw a lot of myself in Byron, and the tendencies and the weaknesses of these characters. And I don't have a brother, but I do have sisters that I did not get along with at all. Me and my older sister did not get along with each other until we were adults. It took until we were adults to have any kind of positive relationship. And so there's a lot that I see there. But there's parts of every single one of these characters that I relate to on some level.
Yeah.
And of course we talked about like how we understood Victoria the most. So I guess that would be my answer as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Victoria's a good answer, right? For sure. I guess if we're going outside of Breakthrough, then I would definitely want to mention Dauntless, just because like the pure dad energy just spoke to my soul, and not just dad energy, but having a premature baby, and like the subsequent like that just was like, oh, Wildbow has decided to target me specifically with this interlude. So yeah, I connected up quite a lot to Dauntless.
Mhm.
And there was that time I spent a year trapped inside of a time bubble. So
Oh yeah. I mean, totally.
yeah.
Great question though. I really like that. What's next? Okay, Tsarwat asks, I noticed that you have a high proportion of trans and generally queer fans, myself included. Any thoughts on why this might be? Has having a diverse fan base changed anything about the way you think about podcasting or analysis? Yeah, we do, and I don't want to take any credit for this at all, Matt. I think this is the book. I think honestly, this is the book. I think, and I don't want to speculate on why, because I am not trans or queer, and I don't have those experiences. But I think this book speaks to a lot of people in a lot of different ways, and it seems to speak to a lot of trans people. And I think that's wonderful and powerful. I like it's been so wonderful. Like I am proud of our community. I'm proud that we are a place where people can feel open and comfortable, and we've had all different kinds of people come in, and I'm very proud of our role and everyone in our community. Matthias, who you guys saw, Elliot, Ruben, Jarvis, and Steven, and Brian. I think we've tried to foster an open, welcoming community, and I'm very, very proud of that. It's like it's not something that like we didn't plan on having a community, right? Like we just wanted to like do podcasts
Yeah,
and then
just do our thing, and this happened. And yeah, I don't have anything really to add to Scott's beautiful answer there. I think I've been able to witness a lot of explanations from people in the Discord as to what it is about parahumans specifically that spoke to them, and I agree with you basically that yeah, it's in the stories, and all we've done is to be open and accepting, and try to foster that in our community. So yeah.
I mean, I still kind of I think us saying let's make a Discord was like the watershed moment when we shifted from being a podcast to being a community, and all the responsibilities that come with that. And I'm very proud of the community that all of us have built, and I hope people enjoy being a part of it. I do, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you want to do that one or whatever?
Tsarwat's also asking me to ship people, which is fine. My opinions towards shipping have cooled, cooled. Like I don't get as up in arms about it. It's fine. Characters that would have made a good couple, but that were never to be. I don't know, Matt. You got anything for this?
It's funny because I for a while I was pretty sure that Rain and Aaron were gonna like work it out, and I was like, when it was kind of obvious that they weren't, I was like bummed about that.
I think it was very fitting that they didn't, though.
Yeah,
like,
I think so too.
I get being bummed in the moment, but
I think it was also really interesting. I mean, I'm making this a much more serious question than it was meant to be, but I think it was really interesting how when the story started, Weld and Sveta were together, and we were all like, yes, this is great. We love this. They're they're the heart, right? Like we're so happy. These two characters, we love both of them. We're so happy they're together. This is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's gradually kind of starts to be shaky. And then oh God, Well drops the bombshell, and you're just like, oh no, this
Mm-hmm.
is so bad. I wish I wish I were dead. And that was just a great example, I think, of like what you can do with relationships in a story. Not even if you're tearing them apart, you can still do really interesting things.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Wildbow saying Jester Ashley, which is of course the perfect answer.
I thought they did end up together.
Well, we didn't see it,
No,
did we?
I'm no,
we didn't.
no,
We didn't see it. Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I mean, which Ashley though?
No. Touche.
Yeah.
Touche.
Still a chance. What you're saying is there's a chance.
There's a chance. Yeah.
All right. Sir Graug says, which character arc in Ward was your favorite? They have a few questions. Which, if you had one of Breakthrough's powers, which would you want? And which minor character would you like to see an interlude from? Those are all hard questions, Sir Graug.
Mm-hmm.
Which character arc was my favorite? Definitely a fan of Rain. I mean, Victoria sort of has to always be default number one there, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about non-protagonist characters. I don't know, Scott, do you have anything off the top of your head?
I really like Tristan and Byron's, and the reason I
Yeah.
like Tristan and Byron's is because it's the type of thing that like gives the illusion of being complete like halfway through the story. Like after we have their interludes where we learn this past, and then we end that arc on Byron being like, I forgive you, and they're better both, like they've come to a place where they seem to be better with each other, and then the book says, oh, you think that was the end? Well, no, it wasn't, because that's not, things are not that easy. That's not the way this works. Sorry. And it kind of loops around again to the tragedy of Tristan. And I don't know. It kind of fools you in that way. And I really like that.
Yeah. You know, even as we're talking though, I feel like I'm giving short shrift to Ashley and Kenzie and
Yeah.
Sveta, who
mean,
are all characters who I just adore. So
they're all wonderful. Like, yeah, I loved all their arcs, but yeah, if you got to ask me a favorite, I would say, I mean, Reigns is great too. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Right. As for Breakthrough's powers, like I'm on record as just wanting to fly, and having a super awesome force field on top of flight would be pretty cool. So I just go with Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria's got a pretty sweet set of powers for sure.
Yeah. Minor character that I would like to see an interlude from, Snuff.
Snuff. Okay, good answer. This is bad audio, but I'm nothing's coming to mind here.
We got a lot of little interludes, you know. We got a lot of interludes in the story. I tried to count the other day, and I was just like, I got distracted and didn't finish. That's how many there are.
Yeah, gosh.
Jess suggests for Kate.
That's a good answer.
Nandy suggests Caden.
Caden.
Nutpick suggests Ratcatcher. Actually, that's a good answer.
Oh, Ratcatcher didn't get one. Yeah, that's my answer.
Brady suggests Chicken Large. Okay, I have to stop. I like Chicken Large though. That would have been good.
Yeah. All right, moving on to Stronger Bird, who says, did Scott's thinker power turn up any big Scott speculations that we never got to hear about on the show? Not right ones. I kind of consciously decided, okay, so couple things. We were talking at the beginning of the show about the complexity of this book versus the other one. This is a book that I think is just naturally harder to predict, except unless if you're the person who predicted Lab Rat, which continues to be like the most astounding like call ever. I also think I kind of consciously tried not to play that game as much. I mean, there were moments where you and I made predictions, right? Those happened, but I wasn't like when we had a Scott speculation section of the show, I would spend upwards of an hour being like, all right, I got to get my predictions for this week. Think about stuff. And I would go back over the notes that Matt wrote, and I would really spend a lot of time on these prediction sections. And I kind of didn't want to do that this time around. So I consciously chose not to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I basically for the first time started to think about predictions,
And you
and
nailed some.
I nailed a few. I don't know what my track record was, is the funny thing. Like
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to it, but like I refused to believe Vista was dead, and I thought Tristan would die.
Yeah.
And I was right about both of those. I don't remember. I probably made a lot of wrong ones that I don't remember because, self-serving ego. But
Some would call that a prediction, and some people would call that denial that just happened to be correct one time.
yes. Well, anyway.
I'm just kidding. Stronger Bird also asks, are there any favorite scenes or chapters you have that most people probably wouldn't list as a favorite of theirs? So what's your favorite chapter that other people wouldn't call a favorite, Matt?
Oh, this is the wild oak question.
Yeah. It's hard to remember individual chapters. Like, my brain immediately wants to go to interludes, but I think most people would probably list just about any interlude as their favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I probably like a lot of the like downtime chapters where you're just getting dialogue with or like even toward the beginning of the story when you're just kind of setting things up and it's quiet and slow and self-consciously slow and intentionally slow.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I can't name like a chapter, but I like that kind of stuff, and that rarely gets talked about, and it's important, right? It's important to set that structure in place so that you can lean on it later.
I'm thinking of I'm looking this up. This is not from memory. I'm thinking of Black 13-1, which is like the chapter after the huge Vista isn't dead reveal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like Vicky just like working out and I think she meets with Darnall during this, and it's definitely a down chapter, like after the end of a big part of the story before things start ramping up again. And I agree, those are some nice ones.
In terms of exciting parts, I think like the finale, kind of the resolution of the goddess section, to me just worked like gangbusters for me. But
sure.
But I think maybe other people would say that too. So
yeah.
Cool. All right, moving on. Jenny D says, if you could pick any point in time to set the story of parahumans, where and when would it be? How would it affect powers differently? For example, Kenzie in the 1800s. So we're thinking like steampunk Kenzie.
Yeah.
I go ahead, Scott.
I just think the past would be fun. I think the past would be more fun than doing like the future.
Yeah.
Like how does a 1700s America react to superpowers? Because like I feel like so much of the story and setting is defined by modern comics and superheroes. So it would just be really interesting.
Right. I it's funny because I don't know why I thought this, but before Ward started, I believed that it was going to happen like after like some kind of massive civilizational collapse, like 100 years into the future, where like basically everything was now feudal and technology had regressed. And that was like, I've always, ever since I thought that was true, I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely going to be, that would definitely be awesome. So basically that's sort of like saying the feudal era, basically. So like, yeah, like knights and superpowers. That's my answer.
That's cool. I like it. All right, final question, Matt, from Jordy, it's actually 3 questions. So nice one, Jordy.
Okay.
You snuck some in there. Matt, you said in the last episode that your favorite part of anything is subject to drift. Is Capricorn drama still holding the golden slot?
Like in the Golden Slot is like my favorite part of the story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely way up near the top. Like I think I've mentioned it in the course of this conversation as something I just love a handful of times. I love anything with brothers, and I love the theme of forgiveness, and as I discussed, it has a huge positive impact on my life. So it's hard to beat that.
And then Jordy also asks us about adaptations, which you've kind of already answered. But this final question is, if you could see one scene lovingly adapted, what would you choose? So we're not adapting Ward, we're just adapting one scene. What would it be, Matt? What would the one scene be?
Oh my God. From Ward.
Yeah.
Oh God. This is such a big story. I mean, okay, I think I'm gonna go with something that would just be very visually stunning, and so I'm going to go with either the moment where Dauntless is first kind of tightens, or the moment toward the very end where, which we even talked about at the time, where Colin basically kills the Seamerg like a badass, and then is standing in the shattered city with these gigantic titans looming all around him. That would be. I want to see. I want to see that. I want to see
It's
that done.
it's so funny because like I love that answer and I totally agree with you, but like my brain immediately went to like small, like intense, like
Sure.
character focused scenes. Like and I think that's so weird. Like I like you're absolutely right that those would be the perfect scenes to adapt. But for whatever reason, my head is like, Kenzie's dinner. I want to see that.
Yeah.
Like I want to see that scene.
Sure.
It's I don't know. It's just the way our brains work differently. So
yeah, no, that's a good it's a good point.
mm-hmm. I mean, like Ashley's. If people are talking Eclipse arc, like Ashley's confrontation of Jay, seeing that scene would be fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like just a small like the the fucking diner dinner with Carol where Sveta like loses her shit at Vicky's parents. Like these, I don't know why my brain is like, no, these small character driven scenes is what I want to see, not like the big huge fucking awesome battles that would look great visually. I don't know, it's weird.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think it'd be super cool to see like the emotionality of some really great performer carrying off what was actually going on dramatically in these scenes, right? Because that's, I mean, I think that's that fundamentally is part of the reason why we want to see adaptations at all. Like why is it that it's a perennial conversation to say, to talk about adaptations of parahumans? Like why do we want that so badly? Well, I mean, we want to see this stuff realized.
Yeah.
But I think both the epic action and like the really dramatic moments, we want someone to kind of embody that and make us cry by channeling that for us.
Yeah.
I mean, all those things you just listed, I would love to see those too.
Yeah. I don't want an adaptation of this book. No, that would be terrible. Don't want it. But could you adapt like 700 individual scenes for me?
Yeah.
Please do that.
Yeah. There you go.
Love it. All right. That is it for our sent in questions. So if anyone has any questions, I think we got a little time, right? I mean, we're running long, but we're perpetually running long.
We're and I can't let go.
So, then we have to move on to the end part of the show, which is it's just gonna fuck me up. So, any questions before we move on to that? And Matt, let's talk about something while we wait for those to come in, since there's a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I think it's starting to sink in.
Oh, it's finally now starting to sink in. 2.5 hours into the final episode.
Starting, yeah. I mean, like it's funny because I immediately tell myself like, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't still like, be part of the community and read the stories and talk about them with people. And like that's I think maybe the thing for me has always been that like I'm just a fan of parahumans and Wildbow, who happened to start a podcast with his friend who hadn't read them yet and now has. And so like for me, I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll have to pursue my fandom by other means now.
Sure. Yeah, I like that. So we got a question from Keyfru here. Excluding Wildbow's completed and as of this recording story settings, is there a particular genre or type of story you are interested in seeing the Wildbow touch on? Any particular reason why? Well, my answer to this before was a police procedural, or a procedural at least, and he's kind of doing that. No spoilers in the most recent one, kinda. So that's done. I would like to see some sci-fi stuff. I think some space opera stuff would be really interesting, and a departure for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Wildbow does Star Trek.
What?
Wildbow does Star Trek.
Wildbow does Star Trek. Yeah, I mean, I can very much. I don't want to say I can imagine that because I'm certain that I can't. But like I know the way he approaches things, that would be delightful.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see like a really tightly plotted heist with like 4 characters, you know?
Oh yeah, like 3 arcs long, just like first
Yeah.
arc planning, second arc execution, third arc. Oh shit, it all went wrong.
Yeah,
I love it.
right. Like Reservoir Dogs, you know,
Yeah.
like very, very narrow and focused. Um, we are having to sort of scan for
Mm.
answers questions.
Where can I get the music from the podcast, Matt?
We have a SoundCloud.
Yeah, I think it's still called The Daily Planet, though.
Yeah, yeah. We can place that link in places where people can find it because it's not easy to find. But yeah, I think it's called The Daily Planet. Scott, how are you doing?
I'm good.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm starting to get a little emotional.
I think you're processing this differently from me.
Oh, am I?
I don't know. I can't accept that it's over, and thus I'm not sad.
Matt, the story is about acceptance. You can't do this.
Oh no. Oh no. It's over.
Sorry, I'm trying to go through. Do you have any thoughts on Pale so far? Fucking fantastic. I actually haven't read. I haven't read the chapter that came out yesterday. Full disclosure, but yeah, I've loved what I've read. Yeah.
Star Watts says, "Has Wildboy ever made you cry?" I'm sure he has. I just can't think of. He's made so many different emotions that I'm like, crying is just one of many. You know.
Ashley's death made me cry. Ashley's death made me cry. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Weaver Dice Radio podcast? That's the one in which they just kind of talk about Weaver Dice, right? Like just generally. I think it's a really cool idea. I listened to some of the first episode. I haven't listened to much more of that, but it's a cool idea. I like it a lot. All right. Do you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on because some people are asking about Weaver Dice, which is what we're going to talk about in a second anyway.
Sure.
So
sure.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. So the, I guess, final section basically is what's next. Scott, what is next for us specifically, for Doof Media?
Uh-huh.
Where are we going?
So here's the things that we're still doing. We are still going to do the Doofcast every week, which is doing Deconstructing Directors. We're doing a Council of Doof, where we're trying to find the best movies out there. We're doing an episode on Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse this Friday. I'm very excited about that one. We are still doing Kingslingers, the Stephen King podcast, which is now, after this week, moving on to book 4 of the series, which is a big one, so it's never a better time to join that. We're into book 4, but the other 3 are considerably shorter than this book is. So we're still doing all of that.
Yeah, and let me just help everyone out here and just say this. Just in your podcatcher that you're holding, in your phone or whatever, just go to the thing and type in the Doofcast if you've never done that before.
Yeah.
And find the Doofcast, and then it'll be there if you haven't done that. And then you can just look through, and we've done like hundreds of episodes. You'll find something that we've talked about that you would find fun, and I hope you enjoy that. And then do the same thing for Kingslingers, because you're gonna read The Dark Tower.
Yeah, eventually.
So like as much as I like Worm enough to make Scott do We've Got Worm, he likes The Dark Tower enough to make me do Kingslingers. That should tell you like the level on which he likes it, which to me is enough of a sales pitch. Like if somebody tells me like that's the level on which they like something, I'm like, all right, I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
You have sold me. You are committed.
Yeah. That's great salesmanship, Matt. Totally agree. The Doofcast is also where you'll find all of our book club episodes, which is I'm so proud of those book clubs. I love them. We just did A Way of Kings, the first story in the Stormlight Archive, and we read other books. So, oh yeah, Matt. The chat is saying watch Buffy. That's weird. Should you? I feel like you should do that.
Yeah, Matt? But you haven't made me do a podcast about it yet.
Sure.
I told you.
Sure. Yeah. Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned. As far as this feed, the feed that you are listening to stuff on right now, stay subscribed. We have a very special episode coming out next week that you are definitely going to want to hear. I can pretty much guarantee that. And I guess it's time to talk about Weaver Dice, Matt.
Yeah. There will be more Weaver Dice.
Yes. We are at the very least going to conclude stuff with our Vegas characters, or at least season 1 of stuff with our Vegas characters, right?
Whatever season we're on.
Yeah, whatever. I don't even know anymore. We left our Vegas characters on the hook. We're gonna conclude that. We have to. There's too much going on there. Too much we wanted to do. We just flat out didn't have time, folks, and we feel bad about that. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for Matt. It's a ton of work for Matt to plan these things. It's a ton of work for Matt to edit these things, and we just haven't had time. But Ward is over now, and we have some time. So that is coming. It will not be next week. Next week is something else. Stay subscribed, but more Weaver Dice is coming. It will be right here on this feed. We've also got some other stuff coming that we can't talk about yet because we haven't finalized it, but we are looking at having some one-off episodes with some special guests that to just talk about Worm or talk about Ward a little bit with some guests, some content creators out there that are reading these books that we thought would be fun to have a chat with. So we are not going to be actively covering a book on this feed, but I still think we're going to be dropping stuff on it fairly regularly.
Yeah. I mean, there's stuff like the weekly Parahumans online threads, which as soon as I saw those, I had the thought like, that would be fun for us to talk about at some point. Mm-hmm. So like that's just an idea of the sort of thing. I'm not saying definitely going to do that specifically, but that's just like an idea of the sort of thing where, there's always a space to talk about Parahumans here.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's our plan going forward. Right now, the Dark Tower podcast is scheduled to run until about April of next year. So we probably will not be doing another like big, long follow a book read podcast at the same time as that. So it's going to be a little while if we do return to a Wild Bow work. However, we have Pale Reflections. We have Elliot and Ruben's dive into Pale. We have Deconstructing Worm, which will dive back into Worm. Decomposing, not deconstructing, sorry. Decomposing Worm. I'm going to get that wrong so many times. So I think if Doof Media has become the place for Wild Bow content for you, just because Matt and I are kind of stepping back from it for a little while, does not mean that that Doof Media will be devoid of Wild Bow content.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone in our community is there for Wild Bow. So
yeah.
So it sort of has to be thus, right?
I think we've said we're in the Wild Bow business, and we're gonna remain that way for this foreseeable future. So
yeah.
But I think that's like I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Yeah. I'm ready for a little bit of a break. But I am so proud of the work that our friends are doing. When we started this show, Matt, we didn't have friends that were doing work that we could say, okay, we're done, but go listen to Elliot or go listen to Matthias and Clarence, go listen to Ruben. Like we didn't have that. And it's so cool that at the end of this thing, we have that where we can say, we're going to take a little step back. You've got a secret project that you've been working on that I don't know when that's coming. I wouldn't say soon.
No, I would. I think that all I really want to say about that right now is like I've been working on it quite a bit for the last few months, and I'm going to be taking this time off from this project. I'm going to be just channeling all those extra hours right into this project. I guess I'll say like it's original content. It's original fiction content.
It's something we've never ever done before on this network. So
right, it's not covering another thing, and like I've always wanted to do this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Like, so I'm really excited about it. I'm working really hard on it. I don't know when it will happen. And this is not really an announcement. This is just me sort of talking about how, now that this project is over, I'm going to be just pouring a lot more energy into that new thing. And so I'm excited about that. Yeah. I'm looking forward to doing that.
And I'm trying to word this in a way that doesn't reveal what it is, but Matt has showed me some of it, and I am very excited, not only as someone who's going to be helping produce it, but as someone who's going to get to consume it. I'm very excited. So I can't wait for you guys. We will have an announcement when we're ready to have an announcement. But we just wanted to kind of build hype for that, because we're workaholics. You guys know we're workaholics. We're not going to stop working just because we're not doing this podcast. We're just going to fill that time with other stuff to work on.
Right.
So get excited. Get excited. It's an
Yes.
exciting time. But it's also the end, Matt, because
It is.
we're out of stuff to talk about for the last time, and we kind of got to say our goodbyes now. And this is when I'm going to start to get really emotional. This has been I am having difficulty saying the words. This has been a unique and wonderful experience over these past 2.5 years. When Matt and I started podcasting, we never believed we would have the community we had. We would never believe people would want to listen to what we had to say, and it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you guys every day, and I'm talking to you that are patrons that support us in chat, and that we talk in chat all the time. I'm talking about those of you that talk to us on the Parahuman subreddit. I'm talking to those of you that have just silently listened to the show throughout the whole run of it and have never commented and just like to absorb the content. You all made this possible for us. Like, seeing how many people were enjoying it kept us going when we were tired. And like, our weeks were stuffed and we just didn't feel like doing a podcast, and I didn't feel like editing a podcast. It's because of all of you, and I am so thankful that you invited both of us into your ears and your brain and your lives. Like, we record a long show, so it's not just like 30 minutes a week. We're like, it's 2.5 hours a week, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm stunned by your generosity. I'm stunned by your kindness. I just loved experiencing this book with y'all. I really did. I will never, like, even if 20 years from now we're not podcasting anymore, even if 20 years from now my dream of getting to do this full time has not come to fruition, I will never forget this time. And I'm trying not to look at chat because I don't want to read it as I'm saying this, or I'm just going to get totally destroyed. But I've said my piece. You can go now, Matt.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Scott. I never, I don't think I've ever really understood the phrase, it's been a privilege until now, but really it's been a privilege to get to be the guy who does this, because this has been so fun for me. This has been a source of joy, of fulfillment, of I would not hesitate to say, like, literal spiritual growth, whatever that means to you. Just the opportunity to think my way and talk my way through these ideas, and to do it in this dynamic way where, yes, I'm interacting with Scott, which is extremely rewarding, but I'm also interacting with all of you, and just the I don't know, the feeling of belonging, and just overall goodness that this has brought to my life, can't be understated, really. And yeah, it really does, in a sense, suck that this is over. But I think the reason why I'm not too broken up about it is, like we were saying a minute ago, we have built sort of a structure around the stuff that we've done that now supports, the ongoing discussion, right? The discussion continues. We're no longer the center of it.
Yeah, and that's
to whatever degree we were, but it continues without us being the center of it.
And that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm so proud of that. I'm so happy to hand the reins off to other people, because I trust all these people to give you great content. Like, they're going to.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the future is going to hold for Matt and I don't know when we're going to come back to Wildbow, what we're going to do when we're there. I don't know with the success of this media company that we've created. I don't know, but as Victoria said, I think it'll be good, and we're gonna press on no matter what. And there's always going to be a way forward with all you folks. And thanks so much. Thank you.
See, now you got me emotional, Scott.
I laugh when I'm uncomfortable, in case you haven't noticed.
Well, that was good. All right. Is that it, Scott?
That is it.
Well, then that's all we had for you on We've Got Ward. You guys were all part of this show, so thank you so very much for everything you did to make it so amazing. We really couldn't have done anything like this without you.
You can always continue to reach out to us via email at gotwormpod@gmail.com or on our Twitter account at gotwormpod. Especially now that we're done with Ward, you can find our personal Twitters where we say whatever inane bullshit that comes to our heads at ScottDaily85. And Matt's is, of course, as it has always been, at Moradinaflopnism.
We've Got Ward is now over, but we still have tons of other shows that need your support. So if you want to help out Pale Reflections or Decomposing Worm, consider donating to our Patreon account. Supporting us on Patreon at the $1 level gets you access to our Discord, where all of our other patrons are already eagerly devouring Pale, as well as tons of other incredible conversations. As always, please continue to make sure you keep supporting Wildbow via his Patreon at patreon.com/Wildbow. This was his incredible world. We were just cherishing our time in it, and he's going on to create more of them.
Mm-hmm.
Special thanks this week to new patrons: Bidoofs, Godmaster Gray, Mario P, Kellen, Feralax, Benjamin J, Galloping Computer, Tim S, and Fern F. New Doof dancers Philip G, Silverhand X, Numerous, and Moxter, and new Doof warrior Riader. Thank you so much. I don't know what it never ceases to be kind of humbling week after week. And so once again, I'm humbled, and thank you. And we hope to see you in the Discord. Some of you, I already recognize your names as newcomers. So welcome. And I hope you have a great time.
And thank you to everyone that has been a part of our Patreon or donated to our show over these last few years. Thanks to those of you that shared our podcast, to those of you that rated and reviewed us, to those of you that listened. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much.
That's it.
That's it. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm going to hit stop now.
I'm going to hit stop. Not to anticlimactically continue to hang out in the chat for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. That was not good.
See, I almost didn't get emotional until you had to do the Victoria ending thing.
You know, that occurred to me in the moment, and I said, it's too good. I got to do it.
It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good.
So for those of you that are new to the recording sessions, we normally hang out afterwards. It's pretty late, so Matt might be going to bed. I've got to edit this thing. So I'm gonna be up editing. If you want to hang out and chat, I can interact with y'all and stuff.
Yeah, I'll be up for a while, I think.
Okay. Because I gotta edit a podcast so I can release it in 4 hours. So this is when we go to this mode where you see my... Oh, I made Matt go away. I'm sorry, Matt. There you are. There's Matt.
And Matt is always really good and helpful here, because he just plays StarCraft in the background and doesn't really interact. Good stuff.
What time is it? It is midnight my time, and it is 11 Matt's time. I live in Texas. Matt lives in Colorado. And I gotta stop this. So not only have I challenged myself, Matt, with getting Matthias and Clarence's audio into the show, but I forgot to start the backup thing until we were in the show.
Oh, dear.
So it's gonna be really freaking hard to find. Yeah, thanks, Rob. I think I'm just gonna I think I'm just gonna I'm just gonna leave it in. I'm just gonna leave it in. Someone just said the stars at night are big and bright. I'm not gonna do it. Not people don't actually do that in Texas. Damn it, man. What I am gonna do is turn on my air conditioning because it's hot as shit in this house, and I can't turn on my AC, as you'll hear while I'm recording, as you'll hear as soon as I turn this on because it's loud.
StarCraft 2. I'm a mediocre StarCraft 2 player. It is sort of like my decompression thing.
What should people learn from Ward? People should learn to be more accepting of themselves.
Yeah.
The things that you've been through, and the things that have been done to you, and the things that you've done.
Yeah. I think forgiveness is part of that. I think forgiveness is something that has almost gotten like I don't know if a bum rap is the right phrase, but like it's almost like it's like an unpopular idea these days, where like I feel like there are a lot of situations in like normal life where just a little bit of forgiveness goes a long way. That's something that I took away from it. So I guess
Yeah.
I'm like anchored on that as like, look, this is a big deal for me. I don't know how central that was meant to be, but that was something that was a big deal for me.
Yeah. How's it feel to have 4+ years of Wildbow content podcasted? Tiring, but good. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I like don't believe that on some level. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's not true. We've been doing this for like 6 or 7 months, right?
I'm not gonna do it, Victory. I'm not gonna do it. I refuse. I refuse. Forgiveness, yeah, I agree with you on forgiveness. Any questions that surprised you or thought that you the question about the trans representation in our community, it didn't surprise me. I was just like, I mean, I was like, yeah, that's true. I don't know how to answer this.
Yeah.
And I tried to be as respectful as possible. Like the last thing I wanted to do was go, well, here are the themes of the story, and here's how I think these themes relate to trans people, because I don't fucking know. Like I'm a cis white guy. I don't know. I can't pretend like I understand that experience at all. So, but that's also like a cop out answer. So, it was a very good question though.
I mean, some of the trans people in the Discord have sort of said what it was about Worm that drew them, and like I don't feel like I can even like I'm just like, yeah, but I love those things too.
Right. Well, that's the magic of storytelling. I think that's just like how you can come to something with completely different experiences and relate to the same thing in different ways. I think stories are a miracle. They really are. Yeah, I mean, I agree that like having trans representation is good, but I do think it's beyond that. It's not just that those people are represented. I think you're probably right, Wildbow. I probably agree with that. I'm just afraid to conclude on it definitively because I don't know. Has Elise read Worm? No, I don't think she would be that into it. It's just not her thing. It's not the type of story she likes to read. I think if I forced her to read it, she would certainly find things to enjoy about it. But I think it would be rough. Touche, Don. Touche. Yeah, to start out, I thought it was an excellent question. I definitely not knocking your question. It's just not something I had ever really thought about until I saw your question, and I was like, yeah, okay. What does Elise like to read? Not genre. The only fantasy book I've ever seen her read, she read Mistborn because her sister said it was really good. I think her sister would like it. Maybe I should try that.
The sister I know.
Yes. She definitely wouldn't live read it. If she did ever read it, there's no way she would do that. All right, so people are going to bed. Good night.
Good night, everyone
To
who's going to
Sarwat.
bed.
Good night, Prof. Good night, Jake. Step 1, infect the sister. Good night, Purple. Thank you for hanging.
Really?
Which is weird.
Oh, it looks like it's being weird, yeah.
Yeah. Has it recovered? People are still talking in chat.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We just had like a if things hiccuped there for a sec, that's my fault. Goodbye. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone who's hiccuping.
Yeah.
Try not to hiccup so much.
What Worm Ward character did you connect most to? I don't know. Do you have an answer to that?
I don't know.
Thanks, Chronic. I'm glad you're trying out the Doofcast. Sorry for those early episodes. They're pretty rough. Yeah, we're talking about that, Wild Bow. We're talking about doing live recordings of other stuff. I mean, I don't want to speak for, like, speak for Elliot and Ruben and their stuff. I know they were talking about it. They're a little bit weird because they've got a different time zone than us. But the thing about live recording it is if we need to change our plans, it's inconvenient for a lot of people. But that's not a huge deal.
Yeah. And I still have days where for one reason or another, I'm like last minute can't do it, which is really not considerate, or, it's unavoidable. So,
yeah.
But it happens.
Yeah, definitely eternal. But like our normal, when our normal episodes are just like people are talking in chat, and we're ignoring them until we finish the podcast, and then Matt goes back and reads over the chat. Gosh, there's lots of Discord stuff happening. I'm so happy that people are excited about Matthias and Clarence and stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
Poor Matthias. I love this community, but the first comment on their announcing Decomposing Worm is, "Will you be doing Ward?" It's just like, oh, I love it.
More?
Yeah.
Thing more? But thing more? Understand? I'm right there with them. I don't have to do it anymore. I do have to do Weaver Dice though.
I would love to one day do a Twig thing. I am. Here's what I'll say: we're not promising anything. I am specifically choosing to not read Twig, to leave the possibility of doing a Twig thing open one day. That's what I'll say. Matt, at what point is this when you were chatting with Matthias, where it's just emptiness but really heavy typing?
I might have been being cheeky and saying something in the chat. I did that a couple times.
Okay.
I didn't think you could hear that.
Well, that's very sweet, Eternal, but I hope that doesn't cause you too much stress. I don't want to stress people out. What's my favorite bedtime snack? Roger.
Pure sugar.
This is great, Roger. This is why I love you guys. Integrity and spoiler-free dedication for the sake of community building down the line. Strategy. I love it. I mean, honestly, like, no, not we've got Twig confirmed. No, the opposite of that. Yeah, like it's actually weird. I don't know if you've gotten to this point, Matt, where I'm like, should I read more of this? But if I do, then I can't talk about it on the show. Have you gotten there?
Well, with some of the series that we've done for book club, I've pseudo intentionally not gone out to read the next book because I was like, well, maybe we'll. But then sometimes I'm just like, I don't actually care if we do a book club on this because I'll just reread it because I need to know what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I want to read the rest of this Sanderson stuff, but I also kind of want to wait for a book club on that. So that's where I'm at. And then I'm like, I want to read more of the Expanse books, but I'm like, Elliot and Ruben might be doing the Expanse because that's their pilot season. I'm like, so I gotta wait to read. It's like, it's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, fundamentally, there's a lot of stuff that sounds fun. There's a lot of stuff that sounds fun to do.
I have a secret list of things I want to do shows on that I haven't even shown to Matt yet. So.
Master Tweet asks if I'll introduce my kids to Worm. I mean, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine why I wouldn't. I mean, it's like really violent, but like they're my kids, so they already like macabre stuff. Like that's just who they are. Mm-hmm. Nothing to do with me.
What does We've Got Scott even mean? What is that? What is that show? What is it? I
assume someone will do a podcast about our show at some point. Is what they mean? No.
Well, then why Scott? Why not? Why me specifically?
Well, Oh, what happened?
What happened?
That's stupid. No, it just stopped searching for a game. It was like, nah, I got tired of that. You don't get to play tonight.
Elliot, that's so true. What you say is just We've Got Elise. I honestly forgot what it was like recording with Elise, and it was certainly fun this week.
Character that I get to know, right? I don't want to give the same exact.
I mean, Roger, I was just talking to Elliot the other day that I was like, oh my god, I would love to do a Stargate show with you. It's just really hard. Yeah, like time zone stuff, it's just really hard. I would love to do something like that. I'm sure they would if they had any free time right now, which they don't, but it's tough. Why did your stuff get so quiet this week?
Yeah, we definitely, basically, we needed some people in the other hemisphere to to cover all the bases.
Cover the
So that was why we got those guys.
Yeah, when we do have something with Elliot and Ruben, like when we do our Doof and Chill sessions, or when we have a meeting amongst ourselves once a month, we have to like carefully plan it so it works for both time zones, which means like 10 o'clock at night our time, which middle of the day Australia time, which means it has to be on a weekend because that's the only area in which it works for all of us. It's rough. Stupid time zones.
Yep.
We should all just be on one time. Damn the sun. What do we need it for?
I know. Stupid.
And what we just did.
And
we're so
mankind
far away
is
from
always
what happened
long
at
to
the
destroy
beginning
the
of
sun.
book that it's frankly kind of
Vern
hard to
said.
remember.
Yeah. All right, it's time to actually edit this bad boy. I was like thinking about all the editing I need to do, and then I was just like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna let the experience of the final episode be preserved. Thank you, Victory. That's very nice of you. God, everyone's being so nice tonight. I really appreciate it. And I swear to God, I was not fishing for compliments with the "I need people to like me" thing. I just do. it's my cross to bear.
Just gotta be honest.
Yeah. Rob. One of them, yeah, Bismarck, yeah.
Okay, recording.
3, 2, 1.
One.
Cool.
You sound weird. I don't know if I like this.
Especially, I mean, that's maybe one thing to talk about.
Yeah, I don't like your audio, Matt. I don't like it.
Well, I don't like your audio. What's wrong with my audio?
It's kind of...
Storytelling in the way I think it would take literal weeks to read.
I need to... Hang on. I can fix it. I have the technology. The problem is... stuff like that. Look at all this typing, Matt. Look at all this typing you did. I was pinged. Where was I pinged? Oh no. Oh no. My ping
I
is
haven't heard anything.
my ping
Oh,
is
there it is.
my ping is
Cool.
Elliot being nice to me. No, I can't.
no.
I can't handle this right now.
No, not that.
Sorry, I'm missing so much of your stuff, y'all. Good night to those of you who are leaving. You're fine. You're fine, Elliot. You're fine. I'm just kidding. This is those of you that have never seen behind. This is what editing a podcast looks like. I don't have insomnia. I just never sleep.
Choice. It's a lifestyle.
People are speculating a lot about what our secret next week thing is going to be. We can't say yet.
Let them
Indeed. Rob, probably not tonight. Probably not tonight. Oh, I forgot to plug my Final Fantasy thing that I'm doing. I should have done that.
Oh yeah.
I'm replaying all the Final Fantasy games. Because I have all this free time because my day job doesn't exist right now, and I'm on Final Fantasy 2. So I'm doing it every afternoon on our Twitch channel. I think I may need to order chocolate online. I think like I tease Matt about the chocolate thing, but it's like my favorite thing. Like it makes me laugh so much.
Interesting directions.
I mean, one thing we don't talk about much, even in this episode, we didn't talk much about is like the fact that a lot of the time we're just trying to be funny. like that's like yeah, we're trying to do a good analysis. Obviously, we're trying to do our best on that in that regard. But like sometimes we're just trying to be silly.
Yeah. You got. I mean, I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't take it too seriously because you can be dramatic and interesting, but you also got to be silly because it's a long episode, and if you're not silly, it's not going to be fun to listen to. Let's see. How did I like the remake to Final Fantasy VII? Loved it. I actually talked about it at the end of one of our recent Doofcast episodes. I got into. I spoiled it a lot, but I got into why I loved it. Let's see what else. So how did you meet Matt? Matt and I met in college. We both went to Texas A&M University. We lived in the same dorm on the same floor of the dorm, and I, and my roommate, who was a high school friend of mine named Michael, all kind of became friends. We had a group of 4 or 5 of us that really hung out all the time our first couple of years of school, and that's how that happened. And then we all just kind of kept in touch after school. Me not as well as the other ones, but like 6 years ago now, Jesus, Matt, 6 years ago, I was like, hey, I want to write about movies. Does anyone want to write about movies with me? And the only one of my friends that responded to the email was Matt, who said, yes, I do. And so we did that for a while. And then I was like, hey, podcasts are fun. I'm listening to a lot of these. You want to do these, Matt? And Matt said, yes. And then I said, Matt, you keep telling me to read this Ward book or this Worm book. Should I do that? And you said, yes. And so really, it's just both Matt saying yes a lot.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. So I saw you talk about playing Hollow Knight. So the footage. So yeah, okay. So it's all on Twitch right now because Twitch saves our footage for like 60 days. But we do have a separate YouTube channel called Doof Plays that I'm supposed to be uploading my footage to, and I'm failing to. But I will make that a priority. I will do that tomorrow morning after I finish editing Kingslingers. But yeah, if you search Doof Plays, it's our separate channel. I think there's a bunch of Hollow Knight up there right now, but it's all Ruben on his playthrough, if you want to see that. Yes, we're both Texans. Matt's actually more of a Texan than I am, I think. No, you weren't born here, were you?
Yeah, I was born in Houston.
Okay. Yeah, Matt's more of a Texan than I was born in New Jersey. You didn't care about Final Fantasy VII Remake until it got spoiled. Well, that's good. I hope it makes you like it now. What do you think about teachers doing a Worm book study class? I think that sounds fascinating, and I would love to see how that worked. I'm so far behind because I was... Yeah, sometimes you just need things to say yes. How did Matt find Worm? His brother Daniel read it and told him about it. Yeah, Ruben is insanely good at Hollow Knight. It's not fair.
Yeah, I think, we're like I'd been listening to podcasts for a while, so I was like,
Interesting because
it's interesting. I'm not going to contradict you if you say that you were the one who came to me with podcasts, but I was definitely listening to a lot of podcasts and like thinking how fun this would be and like wanting to do it, and then it just seemed like a no-brainer when we when the idea. Also, one thing that people might find funny is yeah, we kind of did have like a lapse in terms of keeping in touch, but at a certain point we started having these like group Skype calls with like a handful of people who had been close and not talked for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would like try to structure them and have like a topic. So it was sort of almost like a naturally arising podcast, but never released anywhere. It was just us. It was actually just us talking and catching up. But then we would also have like a topic to discuss because we're nerds and we thought that would be more fun.
Right.
And so in my mind, that thing is sort of the precursor of the podcast, even though no one in the world ever knows about it unless we tell them.
Yeah. I don't. You're right that I don't remember like who came to who. I think it was probably something that existed in both of our heads, and then it just kind of happened. Because I was listening to a ton of podcasts.
Yeah.
And it was actually it was a deep dive. It was a Buffy podcast that actually got me thinking about doing like a deep dive analysis thing because I was loving what they were doing. And then the guy who was doing it with his wife, he turned out to be an abusive asshole. That was a bad story, but it's weird where someone you looked up to so much that like is really like profoundly impacts what you want to do with your life ends up being just like the worst human being imaginable.
Yeah. That's always weird.
Oh, Victory, I didn't know you were the My Mom Reads Worm. I loved that. That was so wonderful. Who coined the name Doof Media? That was my wife, Elise, who said, do you know, we were looking for a name, and like we could not come up with one for the life of us. We just could not come up with one. And she said, do you know Gwyneth Paltrow? And I said, yes, I know Gwyneth Paltrow. And she said, do you know Gwyneth Paltrow's company named Goop? And I said, yes. Do you know it's just G and P from Gwyneth Paltrow with 2 O's in the middle because all the most popular companies like Google have 2 O's in the middle? And that's why she named that Goop. And then we said, well, we can do that. And first we were like, food?
I think at first we were like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
And then we were like,
Yeah. Well, yeah, we thought it was stupid, and there was no way we were going to do it. And then we were like, well, maybe it's not. And then I did the logo, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think
and
so.
And then as soon as the logo was done, we were like, fuck, we got to do it now, because I like the logo.
Yeah. For sure.
Yes, Doof is tangentially related to Goop. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I think Doof is a better name than Goop.
I agree. Doof sounds better than Goop, even if Goop is what they're selling.
One.
Doof is what we're selling.
True.
It's funny. I remember like plugging it. One of the places I plugged it before, people were like, Doof means idiot in German. Yeah, it means idiot in English too.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
It also means it's like a Australian like outdoor concert, which we didn't know about. Yeah. But that makes it all the more funny. I don't know. Like where is that "My name is Doof and you'll do what I say" clip from? That is from, I don't even know. This Doof is a bad guy on some children's cartoon show. Phineas and Ferb, I think it is. That's what that's from. I've never watched the cartoon, but I thought it was very funny to put that at the end of the episode, so I did it.
Cool. All right, I am taking us live.
You're gonna count me in for the actual.
Yeah, it's
start.
gonna be a bit because I'm gonna play the music for a little while to hype people up.
Okay.
If you get my meaning.
Yep. Gotcha. Give me a chance to hit mute too.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, welcome to We Had Ward.
Yeah, probably Jess. Because I don't understand where I would have heard of it if not for that.
Hey everybody, welcome to We Had.
God, you like blew the mic on your opening line. Let me see if I can fix that. Just went like, "Hey everybody."
Nah.
God, I mean, hey everybody, welcome to We Had Ward, a Doof. Hey everybody.
It doesn't sound that bad there. It's just here.
Hey everybody, welcome to We
guess
Had
that's-
Ward, a Doof Media podcast series where we dissected and discussed Ward, Wildbow's return to the world of parahumans. My name was Matt Freeman, and this was my co-host Scott Daly.
Yes, this was the weekly podcast where Matt and I eagerly dove into Wildbow's world of reaching out, pushing forward, and of course, alien-based death powers, as we analyzed and interpreted this concluded web serial. This week, we're discussing Arc 1 Daybreak through Arc 20 Last. Matt, what did you think about this book?
Well, Scott, I'm in denial that this is really the end. And also, it's impossible to talk about an almost 2 million word book in any kind of cogent or comprehensive way. So I'm really looking forward to working through all this with you today in real time.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be...
Or comprehensive way. So
All right, I got to do the hardest part of this first, which is how the fuck I'm gonna get Matthias and Clarence in there.
After Ward. Get it? Because it's...
that is on par with the quality of the puns that we are known for. And, away from what happened at the beginning of the book, that it's frankly kind of hard to remember. I mean, luckily we spent hours and hours talking about it, which makes it slightly easier to remember. And we spent the whole last 2 years thinking about it pretty hard, which makes it a bit easier to remember.
This is a better written story. Like, I think that's... And I think that bore out.
Did I leave a note for when we... Did I leave a timestamp? Was I dumb or was I smart?
For what?
For when we brought in...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Was it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember you doing it.
I did. Here it is.
If you didn't, I'll be so confused.
But to our people watching at home, and then we'll kind of talk about what you're going to be doing soon.
Take a short break from the questions, if you'll give me a moment.
Yeah, we're having a couple special guests come on to talk about something, and then we'll go back to the questions.
Scott, please fill time.
Hey everybody, let's see what people are saying in chat. They're saying nice things to me. This is all very nice. I love this. Thank you so much. Just scrolling up in chat.
Where is this saved?
Are people still there?
Or is who still what?
Things went silent, and I thought I lost you.
I'm good.
Okay. Give Scott one additional star for each anime series reviewed.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello, guests. Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
Well, I'm at the spot. Now I just have to find the audio in here. What is today? Today is the 13th. Why is that not here? Well, I gotta say, I'm kind of concerned about this.
About what?
Oh no, it was the 12th, not the 13th. Whew, I had a panic attack.
What's landing the way I want it to? What are they picking up on that I'm not even intending that I might want to play with? What are they picking up on that I... That's the most fun part of
didn't intend at
podcasting,
all.
everyone, is the feeling of your heart stopping when you think for a second that your audio was lost somehow.
I'm missing people saying goodnight. Yeah, I agree. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Where did I learn to edit? I taught myself. I mean, I watched, like, I read a couple things and watched a couple videos, but basically taught myself. I'm not great. It's functional. That's what I call it. It's functional editing. I am, like, wanting to find some really good tutorials to do it well. This PC documents. Here they are. Where is it? There it is. There it is. I just gotta find it. Yeah, Wildbow knows that fear. Alright, so I started it late.
Right? Like that isn't we're not doing parahumans. And so you don't need to weave in all of these.
And considering different concepts.
Yeah, so basically, I'm Matthias. I'm a host on Do the Right Thing, and I've read Worm
This
at
did
least.
not turn out very clean.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello.
Did not turn out
Oh dear.
very clean at all.
I apologize.
Well, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Probably. How long do we think this goes on for? Probably 15. No more than 15 minutes, right? Just cut this.
You surprised?
Matt, this is going to be such a pain. Why did I do this?
Which thing?
Editing in this audio. And I only want to edit in Matthias and Clarence's side, not yours, because I have yours, but this has yours as well in it. It's just gonna be.
Yeah, I didn't say that much though, did I?
No, you didn't.
I don't think.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm just whining.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Just gotta whine. It's 1 a.m. Fuck.
Huh. That I don't notice because I'm me.
Why are you so loud?
Yes.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello, guests.
All right, how can we clean this?
Oh,
up?
you're a little loud, Matthias. And I think the book has let me be okay with people's reactions.
We need to take a short break from the questions. If you'll give me a moment.
Yeah, we're having a couple special guests come on to talk about something, and then we'll go back to the questions.
Scott, please fill time.
Hey everybody, let's see what people are saying in chat. They're saying nice things to me. This is all.
Should I cut all this where I'm vamping to fill time for you? Should I cut that or should I leave it?
I think it's fine.
To leave it?
Scott, please.
I don't know. I don't remember which vamping exactly.
You said, Scott, please fill time.
Hey everybody, let's see what people.
I mean,
are
cut
saying
it
in
if.
chat.
I don't know.
They're saying nice things.
I always
to me.
feel
This is all
awkward
very
asking
nice.
you to do
I love
things
this.
that
Thank you.
you
so much.
don't strictly need to do. So
Just scrolling up in chat. Are people still there?
I think I'm going to cut the part where I just said,
I think
are people
just
still there?
scrolling up in chat.
Yeah, I'm going to cut this part.
Thank you so much.
Cut this part. Yeah, Elliot, we make our lives so much harder for ourselves, don't we?
Are people still there?
Or is he still what?
Things went silent, and I thought I lost you.
I'm
It's
good.
okay. Give Scott one additional
It's-
star for each anime series reviewed.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello, guests.
All right.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
See if I can just do this. All right.
Love this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We've got some guests, Scott.
Hello, guests.
All right.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
Let's bring in Matthias here.
Hello.
Ugh.
That's all right. That's all right. Hello, guests.
Just gonna
Hello.
effects, amplify. Just gonna. Yeah, it's pretty awful. But all this audio is gonna be bad because it's taken directly from Skype. But I can.
Hello.
Oof, it's clipped so bad.
Hello.
Let's see if I can. Let's. Ugh. Oof. Oof. Look at this. Yeah, I don't think it's fixable.
What is that?
Just Matthias clipped real bad.
Ah.
And all I can do is like lower it.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
No. Yeah. It's not gonna work. I can't fix this. I can just do this.
Hello.
No, that sounds terrible.
Hello. Oh dear. I apologize.
Sorry, folks. That's editing. You listen to something 7,000 times.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
Oh dear. I apologize.
That's all right. So to explain what's going on here, folks, we have.
It's spectral frequency. Matthias is hopefully asleep, so.
Scott.
Hello, guests.
Hello.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
That's not gonna work.
Oh dear.
Let's undo everything I just did to fuck this up. Of course he is. None of these people sleep.
Hello.
Ugh, I hate it. What if I just like... Hmm? Good night, Master Tweed.
Hello.
That's the best I can do. And then I'll...
Hello. Oh dear. I apologize. You surprised us. I told Elliot to give me a heads up, and then
Yeah, Not the best audio, but it's okay.
Hello, guests.
Hello.
Oh, you're a little loud, Matthias.
Oh dear. I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. So to explain what's going on here, folks, we have Matthias and Clarence here. We've kind of temporarily moved on to the what comes next section of our show. We're gonna move back to the discussion question, but we didn't want these folks hanging out here waiting for us because we're taking far too long.
You surprised us. I told Elliot to give me a heads up, and then you surprised him.
We gotta.
It's okay.
We gotta.
If we get a schedule, Matthias.
I
If we get a
forget.
schedule, Matthias.
So
It's okay.
we gotta.
If we get a
Keep it
interesting.
interesting.
Matthias. If we get a
forget.
schedule, Matthias.
It's Matt twice.
Schedule,
interesting.
Matthias.
I
If we get a
forget.
schedule,
Yeah.
Matthias.
There's two Matts.
It's okay.
We gotta.
If we get a
Keep it
schedule,
interesting.
Matthias.
Yeah. So Matthias, Clarence, could you introduce yourself to our people watching at home, and then we'll kind of talk about what you're going to be doing soon.
Yeah, it's a little off, and I can use Matt. I can use Matt to see how off it is. Let's hear.
If we get a
Keep it
schedule,
interesting.
Matthias.
This is wonderful. Let me just mute me, and then we'll just go.
If we get a schedule, Matthias. If we get a schedule, Matthias. If we get a schedule, Matthias. If we get a schedule, Matthias.
Love it. Perfect. Love it. Everything about it. Best thing I've ever seen.
We gotta.
If we get a
Keep it
schedule,
interesting.
Matthias. If we get a schedule, Matthias.
Yeah. So Matthias, Clarence, could you introduce yourself to our
I'm gonna
people watching
fix
at
that.
home?
That's a
Um,
lot
and
of
then we'll kinda talk-
awkwardness. Oh, oops, just deleted the whole show.
Yeah.
It happens.
A schedule, Matthias.
So Matthias, Clarence, could you introduce yourself to our people watching at home, and then we'll kind of talk about what you're going to be doing.
It was when I listened to it was yeah.
If we get a schedule, Matthias.
So Matthias, Clarence, could you introduce yourself to our people watching at home, and then we'll kind of talk about what you're going to be doing soon.
Yeah. So I'm Matthias. I'm a host on Do the Right Thing, and I've read Worm at least 4-ish times.
It's really crackly. I'm not too happy with it, but there's not that I can do.
Yeah. So I'm Matthias. I'm a host on Do the Right Thing, and I've read Worm at least 4-ish times. And my co-host is Clarence.
Matt, did you just hit your mic, or did that come from the audio?
I don't think I hit the mic.
My co-host is Clarence. He is a literary expert, and my co-host.
Oh, it's right there. It's right there. I hate it.
And
Can I get rid of it?
and my co-host is Clarence. He is a literary expert. He's probably the best poet I know. And in an English major, I know a lot of poets. So
What is this?
he's really good at this stuff.
Someone
I
actually
like that.
trained in this stuff. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're here for. We're announcing we are. It's not an official reboot, but like you could call it a reboot. We're rebooting We've Got Worm. So
No, you're
we'll
not.
be,
No, you're not.
we're not rebooting. Well, we're doing a new take on the We've Got Worm formula. We'll be going through Wildbow's first Parahuman classic, and this time doing it in a different way.
Mhm.
And it's going to be called Decomposing Worm.
Yeah. So I think we made several hints.
Decomposing Worm.
Yeah.
kind of don't like the timing of this. It's like just slightly off. Let me just a little bit, just a little tiny bit.
Worm.
Yeah, so I think we,
Good night,
we
Johnny.
made several hints throughout the course of the last
Yeah,
few
good night.
shows that
Yeah, sorry we
are-
waited
that
till the
while
very end to
Matt
answer
and
your
I
Weaver
are
Dice
done
question.
in the Wildbow universe for a little while. That does not mean that Doof Media
It was
is.
planned.
And
It was a
I think
plan.
one of those is the way you come in here, the way that both of you come in, and so you've kind of called it similar, but different. So how is it going to be a little bit different than the We've Got Worm formula?
You want to field that one, Clarence?
Yeah. Okay. So we're kind of doing it in like these two different parts, where we're getting a lot of
Good night, Voheim.
fundamental, literary perspectives, kind of analyzing different themes.
Thanks for
throughout,
hanging out for the last time.
and just a lot of different ways, I guess, and kind of considering different concepts.
Yeah. So basically, we split the book into 6-ish really huge chunks, and we'll be doing 2 episodes on each chunk. The first one is arcs 1 through 8, a pretty classic cutoff point. The first part is the overview, so we'll be going through it in a pretty normal We've Got Ward sense, where we'll go through the most important beats arc by arc, not chapter by chapter this time. And ending with, of course, Clarence's first-time reader speculations and theories and things like that. Obvious textual thesis that you could take from it. Get weird with your analysis of word of
Yeah,
Worm,
I think it's really cool because I think Matt and I generally are like.
See, this is why I hate Skype. This is why I hate Skype so much, because it's like matched, but it's not matched, and it gets off the further because it's Skype delay. This is such a pain.
This is going to be a little bit different than.
Still wish
than
I
the We've
could
Got Worm
figure out why Daniel's
wanna feel
audio
that
is
one,
always like
Yeah. Okay. So
literally just like
we're kind of doing it
1.03 times the speed of mine,
Unobvious.
because I load the 2 files and it's obvious that his are just slightly, like his whole file is just slightly longer, and then you see that it gets more and more off the longer the
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
It's like
get
it's like
weird
this
with your analysis
computer's
of word
just
of
use.
Worm, basically.
I mean, it's possibly just using like a different like recording codec or something, right?
Yeah,
But,
I don't.
like get weird with your analysis of word of Worm, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really cool because I think Matt and I generally are like functionalists. Very excited.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I
Yeah,
look
me
forward
too.
to
I mean,
just
Time for no, just this one, no, fucking sometimes audition. I swear to God.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I look forward to just like learning stuff about these different critical lenses that you're planning to apply, and learning more about Worm too, because I'm sure there's stuff in there that I don't notice because I'm me and I don't have the tools,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. So when is this happening?
So as soon as this ends, I'll finish typing up the Reddit post where you guys can put your questions
Jenny,
for
welcome.
Clarence and your themes and theories. Because I was halfway through that when you guys called me, but it's okay. And basically the announcement episode. So when you can start subscribing to the feed will be out in like 3-ish days as soon as iTunes approves it. The first real episode will come out next Friday.
Don't know why the crackling is
basically immediately we'll be recording, I think next Monday. So that's when we need all the questions and things by. And after that, we'll be releasing weekly, going alternatively the overview.
Very exciting. I am so because it's wonderful.
I'm very excited about it.
It's been so exciting. I mean, Everyone who's successfully wormed someone else knows
joy.
the joy of
The joy,
just
yeah.
Because it's wonderful.
I'm very excited about it.
it's been so exciting. I mean, everyone who's successfully wormed someone else knows
The joy, yeah.
the joy. Knows
The joy, yeah.
the joy of
The joy,
just
yeah.
How did it get that far off that quickly? That's incredible.
wormed someone else knows
The joy, yeah.
the joy of
The joy.
just the joy of
The joy,
just
yeah. Joy, yeah.
the joy
What a
yeah
voice
of
that
of
is.
hearing anyone's perspective on the story, and it's just been it's been fantastic to
It can't
hear
be.
Clarence's
That can't be
takes.
the phrase, right? We can't be going with.
It's that's
Okay.
the canonical phrase.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
okay.
establishing it.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have a
mean,
better
no,
one?
but
Cordycepted,
it.
you know? But
That's
oh,
too
that's a
complicated.
fungus, you know? That
Jesus. This is the hard part right here. This is what I was afraid of. It's all fucked. It's all fucked.
the joy, yeah.
The joy
What a
yeah
voice that
of
is.
hearing anyone's perspective on the story, and it's just been it's been fantastic to
it can't
hear
be.
Clarence's
That can't be
takes.
the phrase, right? We can't be going.
Hear Clarence's takes.
It can't be. That can't be the phrase, right? We can't be going.
Yeah,
with...
no, that's the canonical phrase.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
establishing it.
Yeah, well,
Do you have
well,
a better one?
No, I mean, no.
Canonical phrase.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
establishing it.
Okay. Okay.
This is such a pain.
That's the canonical phrase.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
establishing it.
yeah, well,
Do you have
well,
a better one?
No, I mean, no, but
We'll take it.
cordycepted,
Cordycepted, you know?
But,
That's
oh wait,
too
that's a
complicated.
fungus.
fun.
Take it.
Matt, you just had to make your stupid cordycepted joke. It's really fucking my world up here.
Just delete it. It's stupid.
Yeah, well,
Do you have a better one?
Just delete me out of the podcast entirely, Scott.
No.
It's over
Yeah,
now. It
well,
doesn't matter anymore.
Better one?
no, I mean, no, but
We'll take it.
cordycepted.
Cordycepted, you know?
no, I mean, no, but
We'll take it.
Cordycepted, you know? But
That's
oh wait,
too
that's a
Oh wait, that's a
complicated.
fungus.
fungus. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Cancel. Delay
Cancel.
that.
Belay that.
No, this is great.
This is
So
great.
excited.
So excited.
And I don't have to do
and
anything.
I don't have to do anything. I just get to listen to somebody else talk about Worm, which
right.
is
super great.
super
but
great.
yes,
But
yes, we like Worm.
We're sure
and you will
we're
too,
sure
Clarence.
you will too, Clarence.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
already
I mean,
does,
I
I
love
think.
what I've read so far.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm very already taken with all the characters.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
Awesome.
Great. Well,
I'm just gonna have Matt sound like he's saying awesome twice. It's just gonna echo. He's not saying awesome. He's just saying awesome. Awesome. Why are there two Matts anyhow? Because rather than have both Clarence and Matthias like locally record their audio, which is what Matt and I did, all I did was I recorded the Skype call, but the recording of the Skype call has Matt in it as well as his local audio. But of course, I want to use his local audio because it's better here. So I have to get rid of the version of him that's on the Skype
What
audio.
I've read so far.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm very already taken.
Awesome.
I've I'm very already taken with all the characters.
wonderful, wonderful,
Yes.
Awesome.
wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm just gonna take out this awesome. It's gonna sound the same. No one's gonna notice.
With all the characters.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
Awesome.
Great. Well, I can't wait to listen to that. Thank you guys for hopping on real quick. I really appreciate that. We're going to get back to
course.
answering some questions, but I can see by the chat right here that everyone is very excited. So that's perfect.
Okay, well, go to Reddit in like 10 minutes and it'll be there.
Great. So that's perfect.
Okay, well, go to Reddit in like 10 minutes and
I laugh before Matthias is Reddit.
go to Reddit in like 10 minutes.
Great.
And it'll be there.
All right.
10
Alright.
minutes.
10 minutes and it'll be there.
Great.
All right.
10 minutes.
10
If you met
minutes.
us,
If you met us,
it'll be
Matthias,
an hour.
it'll be an hour.
10
10 minutes. If you met us,
All right.
10 minutes.
All right.
10 minutes.
Well-
If you met us, Matthias, it'll be an hour.
No. He's gonna be working while we're talking, man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Great.
All right.
We're almost done.
10
All
minutes.
right.
If you met us, Matthias, it'll be an hour.
Finally, I'll be free of this nightmare.
He's gonna be working while we're talking, man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Great. You guys have a good rest of
You
your
too.
cast.
Thanks. While we're talking, man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
exactly. Yeah.
No. He's gonna be working while we're talking, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great. You guys have a good rest of your cast.
You
Thanks
too.
for having us on.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
Bye.
you.
You
Thanks
too.
for having us on.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
Bye.
you.
You too is what I just said.
That was
a good one.
All right.
All right.
All right. Hey, let's get back to some questions, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me mark a time down. Sorry,
Yeah.
folks, we're recording this too, so I'm gonna mark a time down because I'm probably just gonna cut that out and put it at the end.
Thanks, Jenny. Sorry, I'm only half paying attention here. I'm getting through the rough part of this audio, and then I'm gonna get to pay attention again.
Minutes.
Great.
All right.
10 minutes.
Well-
If you met us, Matthias, it'll be an hour.
Oops, did I get too? I got a little too crazy with that.
No. He's gonna be working while we're talking, man.
Yeah,
I see.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great. You guys have a good rest of your cast.
You
Thanks
too.
for having us on.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
Bye.
you.
You
Thanks
too.
for having us on.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
Bye.
you.
You too is what I just said. That was a good one. All right.
All right. Hey, let's get back to some questions, huh?
Yeah.
Let me mark a time down. Sorry,
Yeah.
folks, we're recording this too, so I'm gonna mark a time down because I'm probably just gonna cut that out and put it at the end. Or I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. We'll see.
It'd be fine if this was just like a little break, but
Mhm.
whatever.
Sure.
Okay, next question.
Is it my turn? I
I
don't
think
even
it
remember
is.
anymore. Yeah.
It is.
Manuos says you have hinted in the previous mailbag and in one more episode since about All right. Hey, let's get back to some questions, huh?
Yeah.
Manuos says you have hinted in the previous mailbag and in one more episode since about reservations about film, movie / anime wink wink adaptations of parahumans. Why is that? Don't have
Yeah.
a lot of faith in, like, people are flawed and people make mistakes, and when you have a complex budget and so much money and the amount of money that's going to need to be involved and the amount of people that are going to be involved because that much money is involved, I just don't have a lot of faith in it being executed.
And no, it was just Byron buying some shots. Just
Yeah,
it
he had
never
some
ceases
good
to be
speculations in
kind
there,
of
didn't
humbling
he?
week after week, and
I still remember. I still remember some of those like happening, like in real time.
I still
wanna create more of
blame
them.
or give you
Mhm.
credit, not blame.
Special
I don't blame
thanks
you for anything.
this week to new patrons.
I think it was your
Godmaster Gray, Mario P,
expert way
Kellen.
of getting my brain to think about a certain thing without telling me explicitly to think about that thing.
Still very fun. Either
And your
way.
brain and your lives. Like, I did both of us into your ears and your brain and your lives. You can go now, Matt.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Scott. I never, I don't discussion, right? The discussion continues. We're no longer the center of it
Yeah,
to whatever degree we were, but it continues without us being the center of it.
And that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm so proud of that. And I'm so happy to hand the reins.
We're the center of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
To whatever degree we were, but it continues without us being the center of it.
And that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm so proud of that. And I'm so happy to hand the reins off to other people. Because I trust all these people to give you great content. Like they're going to.
Yeah.
And comfortable in case you haven't noticed.
Oh, that was good. All right. Is that it, Scott?
That is it.
Well, then that's all we had for you on We've Got Ward. You guys were all part of this show.
More than a flopnism.
Special thanks this week to new patrons, Bidoofs. Special thanks this week to new patrons. More of them. Special.
Yeesh. Get out of there. Get out of there, little mouth noise.
In the Discord, some of you, I already recognize your names as newcomers, so welcome, and I hope you have a great time.
And thank you to everyone that has been a part of our Patreon or donated to our show over these last few years. Thanks to those of you that shared our podcast, to those of you that rated and reviewed us, to those of you that listened. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much.
That's it.
That's it. Goodbye.
Bye.
So much.
That's it.
That's it. Goodbye.
I was good until the very end, and then I screwed myself over and got really emotional.
So much.
That's it.
All of you. Thank you
I think
so much.
Yeah, I think it was overall. It was great. I think for me, it was actually the beginning when I was trying to have a conversation while also paying attention to the chat. That I was just like, eventually I was like, this isn't working. I'm not actually responding to what Scott's saying very well because I'm looking at the chat, and that didn't last long though.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to everyone that has been so much.
That's it.
That's it. Goodbye. I'm gonna hit stop now.
No, I can't. Matt didn't record the part of him saying I don't want to hit stop, so there's nothing here. It's just me saying
I'm gonna hit stop now.
I'll add this. It's nothing. Matt had already stopped his, so his isn't in there. Wait, maybe I can... Hold on. I got a plan.
Let's artificially have me say it again.
I got a plan.
I love it. It's fun. Really good and helpful here because he just plays StarCraft in the background and doesn't really interact. Spiritual growth, whatever that means to you, just the opportunity. We've Got Ward is now over, but we still have tons of other shows that need your support. That's it. Bye. I'm going to hit stop. Not to anticlimactically. Continue to hang out in the chat for a minute. I'm going to hit stop. Not the anticlimactic.
No, he didn't actually say. No one actually says I don't want to hit stop, which is a bummer.
Hit stop now.
Oh well.
You could get it off the YouTube.
No one says it. Like
Oh.
neither of us actually said
We
those words.
Okay. All right.
So we can't.
I'm sure we can get it from somewhere, Scott. Do you have any gateways to other dimensions where we might have said it?
Mm-mm.
Goodbye.
It's not like that's not the way. Like, look, this is. I didn't delete it. It's just like, look, see. It's here. Deleted. I can still pull it back out again. It's not here. It's not here.
I'm gonna hit stop now.
I had probably already hit stop after I said I don't wanna.
Bye.
Well, do I need timestamps for this week's episode? Do we give a shit about timestamps? I don't think we do.
I don't think at this
Not for
point.
this one.
Yeah.
Oh, look. It's only going to take 9 minutes to mix this whole fucking thing down. So while I'm doing that, what's up, people? Let's check the old email. Okay. Check the old Twitter. Yeah, that recording we took from Skype was just bad, and it wasn't like Matthias or Clarence's fault because the part with you on it was still scratchy too. I don't know what happened there. I'm kind of worried about the other Skype recording we did the other day.
Yeah.
I haven't actually listened to it yet.
I don't know. I hear a lot of pretty janky quality over Skype recordings on podcasts, and I think you can usually just kind of tune it out, like the listener can. It's not ideal, but
I will try. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll try. Yeah, it will be. It automatically saves, so the link that brought you here will continue to work forever. It'll be here, just unlisted. Well, actually, it'll be listed. You can just go to the YouTube channel. Yeah.
I think everyone already knows my answer. It's fun. This is something we haven't talked about in forever, but this idea that the story sets us up.
Next Friday. So basically, immediately we'll be recording.
It did not fix.
Sense where we'll go through the most important beats arc by arc, not chapter by chapter this time.
Folks,
and
my kids' morning meeting is at the same time every day, regardless of whether I've slept enough. So
yeah, you can take off, man. Go to bed. I'm
Thanks.
I'm finishing up anyway. So
thanks for hanging out, everyone. It was great, and I'm sure I'll talk to most of y'all later. Good night.
It's 12:30 for Matt. Good night, man. It is 1:30 in the morning for me. Yeah, I normally do, Jess. I normally don't edit those down. If people want to listen to that, they can. Yeah, but it's not like I've recorded, like, we've got Worm started with me recording Matt's audio from Skype. That's how we did it. So I don't understand why this particular. I need to check something else I recorded and make sure it's okay. Now I'm all worried. But I recorded it in like 3 places, so we'll see. I thought I checked the sound and it sounded fine. I don't know. Just gonna chill here as we let me prep the episode. Yeah, it was bad, but it wasn't bad like this clicking bad. It wasn't good, but it wasn't filled with that kind of terrible clicking. But it's okay. It's 5 minutes of the show. It'll be fine. We've got Ward. Atlas is wonderful. I remember Atlas. Oh, that was so good. I liked all the discussion questions. I always like y'all's questions. They're always really interesting to me. I can't remember one specifically right now that I particularly loved. Wild Bow always asks really good questions, like always. His questions are always really interesting. I can't. Hold on. How do I design layout? No. Grid. Do I think Wildbow is a parahuman? No. No. Or yes. Maybe I know Wildbow is a parahuman. Yeah, I mean, we definitely always get some repeat questions, but I don't mind. I don't mind repeat questions because like they allow you to like rethink how you approach something. I I'm not gonna tell you. I realized there was something on my stream that spoils something. It's not important. I have not read that. I don't know what that is. That sounds hilarious though. Only 4 seconds till it's done. Scheduling set for Wednesday at 4 a.m. Artwork done. I suppose Matt could be Wildbow, although I would have some questions. That's pretty great. My voice is going. I'm glad I don't have to record a podcast tomorrow. I just have to edit one.
All right. Xdas Navo asks if Ruben and Elliot take on Pale.
Obviously, so learned something about myself for sure.
Yeah, it's also funny because sometimes you and I will be like, yeah, I don't know what the response is going to be to.
Those are movies. They're not books. They're DVDs, Blu-ray. Oops, didn't mean to play that again. Yeah, I mean, it has been. That's cool, Jess. I'm less talkative because I'm still kind of in shock. Yeah, it's more than you can see too. I like movies, y'all. I like movies. I'm a movie person. None of these books. I was movies first. Almost done, and then we can all go to bed. I have a master's in IT with a undergrad in accounting. And Matt has a PhD in chemical engineering. I think it's chemical engineering. So not books. He is Dr. Freeman. He's just one of those doctors that's like super chill about it. Never like brags about it or anything. I think a video game would have. I mean, a video game adaptation would have a lot of the same problems that I think a TV show or a movie would, in just transferring it to a different medium. I mean, I think it'd be fun. I think a video game, even more than a movie, would just be like set it in the universe and don't follow the story, in my opinion. You don't have to be chill about it, Jenny. You've earned that shit. Scream it from the mountaintop constantly. I thought the Wild Bow parody account was mostly funny. Ugh, I have to wake up and edit a whole nother podcast tomorrow with another interview on it. That's gonna be hard. Speaking of which, have I pulled his audio down? Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah. You being the reader on who Roland is exactly. And it's a guy who will mow down a fucking kid if he has to in order to get to what he wants.
jokes, and then that is how you be a comedian.
Here we go. Final episode. WGWA. AfterWARD. What is it? Touche, Daniel. I don't know. This torso refrain is cracking me up. The torso spin-off series. It's got to be, right? It's inevitable. All right. Upload successful. Publish. Guess what? It's done. It will be out in this is how late I am that the episode's going to be out in less 2 hours basically 2 hours. Okay, y'all, thank you so much. Thank you for tonight, really. This would have felt like such a weird episode to not do with everyone around. And y'all made it special for us, and that's wonderful. So sorry I wasn't as responsive there at the end, but thanks again, and I hope you'll stick around. I hope you'll give the new shows a shot, because I think they're going to be really, really good, and I'm very excited about them. I'm very excited about what's to come for us. We got so much to like. Matt's thing is gonna be fucking awesome, y'all. Like, I I am so excited. I'm so excited for what Matt's doing. I've seen some of it. It's really fucking cool, and I hope you guys give it a shot once we're ready to announce it. So, thanks again. Thank you, Wildbow. Thank you for this book. I forgot to say that on the show. I definitely should have said that. Thank you so much for this story. And that's it. So shutting her down, and I'll be on tomorrow to play Final Fantasy 2 at about noon Central Time tomorrow if you want to hang out with me on Twitch doing that. So maybe I'll see some of y'all there. Later.